Good evening, everyone. It's 6:15. Today is July 5th, and it is the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. We convened at 5 o'clock for an executive session, and then reconvened at 5:20 for committee interviews. And at that time, Patrick let us know that the meeting had been properly warned. So first and foremost, I will take a potential motion from the clerk.
Sure. I move that we approve the minutes of June 14th, 2022, which is a different motion than I might make because there was an additional set of minutes. However, I did not get a chance to edit those minutes, and I want to make sure that I take care to do that before submitting them officially. So the motion is for the June 14th minutes.
Okay, board members, discussion on that. So we've got a motion to approve the older set of minutes, the June 14th, but a request from the clerk of the board to refrain from voting on the June 21st minutes because they haven't had an opportunity to be edited for substantive change or stylistic or?
Stylistic change.
Okay.
It's more a transcript than minutes right now.
Yeah. And I'll just look to Attorney Fisher for a moment. Is there any issue with us delaying the approval of the later minutes?
No, you can do that at your next meeting and go from there.
Okay, excellent. Looking for any discussion? Seeing that. Okay, without any further discussion from the board, Jess has made a motion to approve the minutes of June 14th, 2022. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. That carries 4-0. All right, we move on to chair remarks. So I think as everyone can see, we have a doozy of an agenda tonight. So I'm going to keep it really short. I would just like to take a moment to thank some people for the July 4th celebration and parade. Specifically, I want to thank Brattleboro Goes Forth, and especially Kevin O'Connor for the work that he did in organizing and putting that together. I want to thank the volunteers who were also helping to make everything smooth on the ground. I want to thank the Brattleboro Police Department for keeping us safe and for all of the work that goes into that day. I know that they work a long day on the 4th. I also want to thank Brattleboro Fire Department, the Brattleboro Public Works, and Brattleboro Recs and Park for all that goes in, all the people who come together to have the July 4th parade be successful, which it really was this year. And I can say this is the first parade for me as a member of the select board, which was exciting because most of this has been during COVID. So, and then finally, I want to just thank the public for coming out and celebrating with everyone. Having people cheering on the sidewalks is really what makes it a parade. So with that, I turned over to Interim Town Manager Moreland for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just one simple remark this evening. As many of you know, the Brattleboro Fire Department on July 1st took a greater responsibility for EMS service in Brattleboro. I see that Chief Leonard Howard is here, and I would ask him if he could just take a minute and talk to the board and the public and tell us a little bit about how it's going.
Good evening. As of 12 o'clock today, we had done 31 EMS calls. Our average response time is 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and the maximum time was 10 minutes. The maximum number of calls per day were 9, and the minimum number of calls per day were 4. And the average number of calls per day is 7.25. 22 calls. The maximum on-scene time of 30 minutes or less was 22, which is 71% of the calls. 30 minutes or 31 to 45 minutes, it was 5 for 16.1%. And 46 minutes to 1 hour was 3 for 9.7%. And 1 to 2 hours was 1 at 3.2%. 8 of these emergencies occurred within 45 minutes of each other, meaning 2 to 3 calls occurred in that 45-minute time period. 7 were within 30 minutes. We have not had to use the third ambulance yet, and we have not had to call for mutual aid. We have transported 22 of the 31 people that we've gone to, and 9 were not transported.
Just thank you for the numbers. How's it going?
It's going very well. It's staff is, as always, have stepped up their game and have done phenomenal with this process. Golden Cross has come in and things have really mashed right off quickly. And like I've said, leading up to this, we're certainly going to have bumps in the road. We know that. We're evaluating everything every day, and I can't be more than, I'm very happy with how we started out and look forward to moving forward.
Well, I'll just take a moment to say, we're all very proud of the Brattleboro Fire Department for the work that they're doing, and we're really grateful. And I'm also very grateful to the leadership for coming to us and giving us a report, even though it's been such a brief amount of time.
Yep.
I think it helps us and it helps the public hear how it's going. And, I look forward to hearing from you again soon. Yeah, we're really very grateful.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. Select board comments and committee reports. Liz.
I would just like to add that Carol Volatin, the Parks and Rec Department, for not only the parade, but the fireworks and the whole day of activities at the Living Memorial Park. And I thought it was great, and I kept running into Jess. And it was really just nice to, after COVID, have everyone come together and be together. It was great.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Liz. Any other comments from the board?
No, I'll just echo it. It was a wonderful weekend. Everything that we were able to plug into just went off very well. And thank you to everybody. Yeah, it's a great family experience for my family too.
Yes.
Go team. Go Brattleboro. Okay, so we move on to public participation, and we got lots of people in the room, and we've got some people on Zoom. So I'll just take a moment, and we've got a lot of people, just to remind everyone that the public participation is an opportunity to speak to things that aren't on the agenda. If you want to talk about something and bring to the board's attention, or you also can request at this time to pull an item from the consent agenda. We have just one item on the consent agenda tonight, but that would be also something that you could use this time for. So with that, I will start with looking to the room to see if there's anyone who'd like to. So Dick's hand went up first, so I'm going to let him go first. So Mr. DeGray, and I'll just remind everyone, if you can, when you come to the microphone or when you're on Zoom, if you can just let us know your name and where you're from, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dick DeGray, actually District 2. One quick question before I make a quick comment. After gallery walk, I mean, this was a big weekend. Was trash picked up downtown? Because I have to tell you, for the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there was no trash pickup. I knew that because of the holiday. But the trash containers downtown were just overflowing. And I don't know if the trash I think they got picked up on Saturday morning, which they should have been after a gallery walk. I don't know the answer to that, but if that's something you could look into. And so next month when they have gallery walk, we want to make sure the trash is picked up, because to be honest with you, downtown looked pretty messy for the weekend, and we're showcasing ourselves. It was really, really not a good sight to look at.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but we can look into it and ensure. Because I agreed after Gallery Walk, where there's lots of foot traffic and a lot of trash. We should.
On an upbeat note for me, actually, several of the people in the room, I'd like to thank police chief, the fire chief and the assistant chief, Dan and Peter and Paul Ethier for their help and everything I've had to do with the flowers. These guys get a big assist. Water department's been painting the fire hydrants downtown. You certainly know I'm big on aesthetics, trying to keep our downtown clean and attractive. Fire department hangs up those big hanging flower pots on the lights on the Kyle Gilbert Bridge. And the rec department, Paul Ethier and his staff, if I call them and need a hand with something, they're right there. So big shout out to those three departments. They've been very helpful for me. And thank you very much.
And thank you, Dick.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dick. All right, so I now look to Zoom to see if there's any hands, and I think I see one.
We have Kurt Dimes.
Kurt, welcome. I see you got a haircut.
I think he's camping.
But we can't hear you yet.
Oh, but we don't have audio.
Could it be on our end? We haven't tested.
Okay, so Kurt, if you want to work on trying to figure out your audio, and I'll come back to you a little later, and we'll move on to somebody else so that we keep the meeting going. So I'll turn back to the meeting, to the room. I think we had a hand over here. So if you want to come on up.
Thank you. My name is Dale Joy, and I'm from Brattleboro. I was born here, and I come home every once in a while, but this time I've been home the longest. I want to apologize to Chief Howard for how I was the last time I was here, and I want to also thank him for taking on such a huge responsibility as rescue. That is way beyond what most people can understand, especially for a small town like this. I was lucky to be in a city where it was a huge fire department and they really worked hard. And when they took on their rescue section, it was just incredible. And I have to thank Lenny for being such a brave person to do all that. And the other part is I want to thank our library. Without them, I wouldn't even think of being here tonight because I got to do a little more research on the fire department, and that helps a lot. So anyways, thank you, Lenny.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I do apologize.
Thank you very much.
No hands.
No hands yet. Okay. Any other members of the public here wish to speak during public comment? Sometimes people are a little hesitant. Come on up.
There's a way to it, I'm sure.
It's a.
I found it. I did it. I'm a grown-up. Hi, my name is Ben Atkinson. I work for Hermit Thrush Brewery, though I'm not representing them at this
Oh my
moment,
gosh,
but
your
trying not
hair
to
is-
pay. I know, I used to be bigger. I noticed you didn't notice my haircut.
Yeah, I was.
Not a big deal.
Hi, Ben.
I'll let it slide. Later, my friend Jamie's gonna talk about a mural on a wall on High Street. I think you should say yes, for a lot of reasons, but mostly because every single day, Hermit Thrush watches the people who come to town. and almost all of them that are supporting any local businesses are not from here. And what I hear is, wow, your shop looks really good. And those flowers that Alexa is planting on the side for no reason other than she wants something pretty to be there, that's awesome. But dog, you know, the back part of a dog comes out throughout the parking lot. And there's a complaint about that. And there's like, hey, that's pretty, that's not. And then there's a wall. It looks pretty awful. It looks pretty awful. I look at it almost every day. And sometimes it just looks regular awful. And then sometimes there's Antifa or there's and listen, I'm not playing politics here, but it can frighten potential economic resources when they park it in the high growth parking lot. They're like, this is awesome. I can get over the dog, but oh crap, Nazis. I think it would look really, really nice to have something pretty on that wall. I think it would be very, very inviting. And if we are talking about picking up trash, which we should also be talking about how people are being welcomed. Because Main Street's beautiful, but they have to come down High Street to get there. All right. I hope you all have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Need more salary. That was from my question.
Yes. Thank you very much. And before we get a bunch of people all speaking on the, yes, I was going to make this, I didn't want to interrupt. So before we get a bunch of people speaking on the mural thing, we usually try to maintain the public comment for items or things that aren't on the agenda.
I've never been here.
Yeah. So I knew that. Welcome.
You get one.
You get one, and I want to welcome you to the select board meeting. It's great to have you. So for the rest of the community, yeah, we'll speak on the mural at length, and I'm excited for that discussion. So, but thank you very much for the comment, and we'll make sure to consider that when we're discussing the agenda item for the mural. Any other? Does Kurt have his hand back up? Okay, let's try Kurt one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
I'll be real quick. I tested my computer just 20 minutes ago on the Zoom website and it was working, but it didn't work when I tuned in earlier. This is a second computer. And I would just like to say that if the select board would care to check with the participants in the room and finds that a lot of people are interested in the abortion resolution, that the rules might be changed so that that could be considered earlier. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to respond?
Oh no, I appreciate the thought there, Kurt, and I hope that there is quite a bit of conversation on the proposed language of the resolution. But there are lots of items on here that I think are going to warrant lots of attention and discussion, which is great. So I also don't think we really have an ability to move items along around in the agenda because it's been warned this way. So people are anticipating when to join the meeting for different items. So while I appreciate that, I'm going to decline to make any kind of edit to the agenda. Also considering that it's only item C of new business. So any other public participation? I'm not seeing any. No? All right. In that case, I think we move on to the consent agenda. Patrick, would you mind speaking briefly to the one item on the consent agenda?
There is one item on the consent agenda, and it is the response to a solicitation of public bids for propane for all of the various municipal facilities that use propane. This year we had one response from, can't remember the name, and their bid was $1.79.9, which is a little higher than last year, but fuel prices are up considerably. And this would be for approximately 58,400 gallons of propane.
Let me
Great.
just add that it's LNG propane of Keene.
Good memory.
Excellent.
Good reading.
All right, board members, any requests to pull any item from the consent agenda?
Now I can't make my snarky comment about the price, but no,
Okay.
not at all.
In that case, I will entertain a motion.
Oh.
Liz.
I move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Liz has made a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 4-0. Thank you very much, Liz. I will take a motion there. Jess.
I move that we convene as liquor commissioners.
Jess has moved that we convene as liquor commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 4-0. Okay, first item A of liquor commissioners, we have for Hazel, a first and third class liquor license. So I'd invite, do we have a representative from Hazel tonight? Ah, yes.
You may sit at the table of honor.
If you want to come sit at the table of honor over here.
I've renamed the table.
Table of honor. I like it. Table of honor.
I'm going to give Patrick an opportunity just to speak briefly to the application, and then we'll hear from you for a while.
So, yes, Hazel at 75 Elliott Street is seeking a first and third liquor license. There are new owners. Shelby Brimmer is here.
And Paul
represent-
Martucci.
Pardon?
And Paul Martucci. I'm just the only one on the application.
Staff has reviewed the application. PD and Fire have reviewed the application. We have no concerns. There's no back taxes. There's no fees due to the town, and staff fully recommends approval.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Patrick. So we'd like to take this opportunity just to let you speak a little bit to the public about, I mean, Hazel's a beloved restaurant, new ownership. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about what to be looking forward to? And if the board has any questions. But.
I mean, if you have questions first, I'm a talker, so you really don't want to give me free rein. But if you have specific questions, that would be great. If not, just our general idea is it's been a successful business that survived the pandemic. Not all the businesses can say that at this time. And when it was up for sale, I have a history working in restaurants in the area, within the county. He has a history of going there and eating and drinking at the ones I work at. So we feel like we really understand both sides. But more seriously, we've just kind of been looking for a new adventure, and it's a great place, and it's a staple downtown, and we need to keep life going on. So if somebody's ready to pass the torch, we're willing to take it.
Absolutely. All right, board members, questions? I think I saw Tim's hand.
My son grew up at Kipling's and Hazel, and he wanted me to ask you, when is the dining room going to be open? That was his only question.
Oh, it all depends on the liquor license and also the health department. So when the change in really, but as soon as we can be open, the idea would be to start a phased reopening in person because again, talker, I need people. So that's going to be really, really important, especially now that the rest of the world kind of is reopening. It's just time for people to feel like they can come back into those spaces that are really dear to their hearts. And even if we like throw some fresh paint up, I'm sure people will still just be happy to come in and see what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Liz.
I just think it's really important for you to open and enliven that area of Elliott Street. It's important for our town, and we all support it.
Cool.
Absolutely.
I appreciate
Any other
that.
comments from the board? I'll just look to the public quickly. Not seeing any. All right. Well, I don't have any other questions, so I think in that case I would take a motion. Tim.
I'll make a motion to approve a first class and a third class liquor license for Hazel, located at 75 Elliott Street in Brattleboro.
Tim has made a motion to approve a first class and third class liquor license for Hazel, located at 75 Elliott Street. All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Let us know you'll.
Hopefully you'll notice. Or I'm hoping it'll be obvious.
We'll know. We're all waiting for it.
All right, we move on to Liquor Commissioner item B, the Bar 58 first and third class liquor license. Do we have any? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. If you want to go over there, and I'll just let, as you're coming up, I'll let Patrick speak to the application for a moment.
Sure. So the application is from Bar 580. This is for a first and third class liquor license, along with an outside consumption permit and an annual entertainment license. In the backup materials presented to the board in the materials here we mistakenly identified 70 Landmark Hill as the location. It is not 70 Landmark Hill. I believe that is a corporate location. Bar 580 is at 580 Canal Street.
That's correct.
And so staff has reviewed the application, and the business owes no taxes or back fees to the town. We recommend approval. There is one thing I would like to point out is that the property is currently going through the DRB process.
Yeah.
And so in order to receive approval for this type of land use, if the board recommends approval for the liquor licenses and the outside consumption and entertainment permit, then the town clerk would send that to the Department of Liquor Control, and we believe they would approve it, and the town clerk would hold the license until, I believe it's July 20th, pending the Development Review Board decision, at which point in time she'd be in position to issue the licenses.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, do you want to give us a little bit of an introduction, and then we'll see if the board has any-
Derek Soldensky. I live in Brattleboro. We can't let Hazel have all the fun, so I love that space. There's 4 restaurant spaces in that space. I think it's going to be really good for the outlet center. It'll be good because there's nothing really on that side of town. I've worked in bars and actually grew a beer distribution company in Vermont here, Viking Farms. We partnered with Hermit Thrush on a couple of our beers, you may know. And that's pretty much it. I'm not a talker. I'm the opposite of that, yeah. So.
Great.
Yeah.
No, that's excellent. Board members, do we have any questions? I appreciate the clarification on the location, because I Googled where this was. It's like, I have no idea. So.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
One's for you and one's for you.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with you, Patrick.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's about the DRB process, and what is this area zoned for, and why is this not a permitted use?
I honestly don't know. If the planning director here, she would know. I don't know. I don't know what district it's in. I would assume it's some sort of commercial district, but honestly, that's just. I'd rather not take you down the wrong road. Steve, is there any chance you think Susan?
She is in the meeting. I'll ask her to.
Yeah.
Think we could ask her to raise her hand if she was monitoring the conversation?
Historically, hasn't been there for so long.
I'm here if you want to bring up the camera. Oh.
Welcome, Sue.
Hi. So the question was, what's the zoning district? And it's in the neighborhood center zoning district. And there is a permit on this property for restaurant use, but because this was more bar late night activity with music, that is a conditional use of the neighborhood center zoning district at this time. And so well, if it was just a bar associated with restaurant use, then it would have been under their existing permit. But it is enough of a change that we felt that it needed DRB review.
I have a follow-up question for Sue then.
Okay, why don't we, let's take, we'll wait for your second question there while we have Sue up. So Liz, if you want to.
Sue, are there residents surrounding this use? I don't think that there are.
There is, I think behind it is, I'd have to pull up a map real quick. Off the top of my head, I don't think there's any directly behind them. There are some nearby, perhaps in the Generous Street area. But this is primarily, I think it's abutted by the school and the highway.
Yeah, I think there is a neighborhood behind it, but I think it's the use is oriented towards Canal Street.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure board members, any other questions to Sue? Okay, I don't think so. Sue, thank you very much for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Jess, you're.
My question for you is, is there anything particularly unique about this business that you're opening up, or something special about the entertainment, like something that you'd like to share with us about, or the public generally?
Yeah, okay. So I currently work for like a maple syrup, Viking Farms in Guilford, Vermont. And I have a friend that's a chef, and we want to have one of the spaces be what's called the Maple Lab. So it's kind of like a fun experimentation with maple in drinks and also food. So that's kind of something I think would be pretty interesting that we could draw people into, and it would be appreciated by everyone. That's one. And then I just, in terms of the restaurant space in general, it would just be like American bar food. But I have an idea for some kind of interesting like types of sausages. So I lived in Los Angeles for a while, and there was a restaurant there, and they did like rattlesnake and rabbit and just a bunch of fun, wild things. And I thought that might be kind of cool too. So in terms of the food that we'll have, yeah, I think that's it. But there's a large outdoor patio space. I just want it to be fun. Just come in, have some beers, have some good times. Just, you know, that's kind of that's the idea.
Sounds really fun.
Great. All right, well, I'll just see if there's any members of the public who have any questions. I don't think I see any. Nope. All right, in that case, without any other questions from the board, I'd entertain a motion. Jess?
I move that we approve a first and third class liquor license, an outside consumption permit, and an entertainment license for Bar 580, located at 580 Canal Street.
Oh.
That's it.
Now that we have the address, right?
Yeah.
That makes
It
sense.
makes sense. Right.
Jess has made a motion to approve a first and third class liquor license, outside consumption permit, and entertainment license for Bar 58, located at 58 Canal Street.
Oh, wait.
580.
580.
Oh, what? I said 58, 580. Sorry, I was just realizing that this was, I had to edit this too. So entertainment license for Bar 580, located at 580 Canal Street. Okay. All those in
It doesn't
favor?
matter what you name your bar.
Yeah.
We're gonna get it wrong.
Yeah, right, yeah.
My gosh. All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. All right, carries 4-0. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Even named it.
Ian, I'd like to make another motion.
Yes, Jess.
I move that we adjourn as liquor commissioners.
Liz, Jess has moved that we adjourn as liquor commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll take another motion. Liz?
I move to convene as water and sewer commissioners.
Liz has moved that we convene as water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
So I believe, Patrick, if you want to speak to this further, but item A of water and sewer commissioners is no longer going to be considered by the board tonight. If you want to speak to it any further.
Sure. One of the ways in which the town procures new vehicles is to utilize what's called the state bid process. The state of Vermont puts out all manner of different vehicles out to bid. Various different retail establishments within the state compete for that state bid. And the vehicle that we were going to obtain with the board's authorization this evening, we got a call, I guess, earlier today from the vendor that would provide it to us, letting it know it was no longer available and it wouldn't be for any time soon. So we're gonna have to regroup and take a second look at how we're gonna replace that vehicle, and we'll be back at a future board meeting for that.
Excellent. Okay, so in that case, we're going to move just straight to item B of the water sewer commissioners, and that's going to be to authorize an allocation for Commonwealth Dairy. So Patrick, you want to take that away? Yes, sir. Thank you. So there are two items on the board's agenda this evening that are very closely related. There's this one, which is an allocation, a request for an allocation under the water and sewer commissioners. But later on in the meeting, under the board's regular business, there's also an ordinance change to Chapter 18, which is the section of the town's ordinance where water and sewer regulations can be found. These are, in some ways, it could be considered together, but historically, the way in which the board has structured their agendas, the water and sewer commissioners come first, and the regular actions of the select board come later. But I think it's important to sort of speak to these things collectively. In Chapter 18 of the ordinance, it is not especially clear
when the water and highway and utility superintendent is authorized to approve a allocation, and when the select board would prefer to approve an allocation. So later on in the meeting, we'll be bringing something that very clearly and explicitly has the board stating that the highway and utility superintendent is authorized to make residential and commercial allocations, but that the board reserves the right to approve all industrial applications. And then the particular allocation, which is before you presently, is an industrial application. It's coming from Commonwealth Yogurt. They presently have a permit that has been authorized by the town for 100,000 gallons of water per day. They would like to increase that to 185,000 gallons. The department has reviewed the application and is in support of it with certain conditions that I know Public Works Director Dan Tyler can speak to. There's one other component of the ordinance change that we'll get to later in the meeting, which is that industrial discharge is different than residential and commercial discharge. It is stronger in terms of strength. It has a quality to it which is described as BOD, which is biological oxygen demand. And what that is a reflection of the amount of oxygen necessary to facilitate something to decay. Industrial waste has a high biological oxygen demand. And what that means is that if we were to discharge industrial waste from a commercial enterprise like Commonwealth directly into the Connecticut River, which is where our wastewater system ends up, it would deplete a significant quantity of the oxygen, and it would lead to the killing of plant and animal species in the river. And obviously, that's something we want to try and avoid. In fact, the town has a permit that is issued to the town of Brattleboro that is issued by the Environmental Protection Agency, which very strictly regulates the nature of our effluent into the river. But of course, we are the last in a chain of the wastewater process in town. And so it's important for us to be monitoring those that discharge into our system, because ultimately that's going to be our discharge into the river. So the second component of the ordinance change that will be before you later in the meeting will be to provide penalties for industrial dischargers into our town system that exceed the permitted strength. So, for example, there is a specific amount of BOD that Commonwealth is allowed to discharge into our system on a daily basis. When they exceed that in a given billing cycle, we would like to be able to impose a penalty so as to help provide a course correction and to keep their effluent in line with our needed effluent into the Connecticut River. So those are two changes that will be coming later in a discussion of Chapter 18's ordinance. But at the moment, Dan Tyler is here, and I think he can speak more clearly to the application from Commonwealth Dairy and the reasons behind the town's view that this is something that the board should support.
Thank you. Patrick really outlined it very well. Commonwealth currently has a permit for 100,000 gallons per day. There's various other limits in that permit. BOD's the big one. They're allowed 800 pounds of BOD. The proposed increase is for 185,000 gallons per day, but they're proposing to maintain that 800 pounds per day of BOD. They're going to improve their on-site treatment facility to allow them to treat the waste before to give it to us. Their process really demands that upgrade in treatment, and to make it worthwhile for them, they would like to increase their flow to offset some of those costs. In 2017, they asked for 250,000 gallons of flow, which we granted them an allocation. They never acted on it. It's expired since, so this is actually a reduction from what they were previously approved. We've checked all the numbers again through the pump station and the water system, and are confident that we can accept this amount of waste and recommend authorizing the allocation.
Great. Thank you very much, Dan and Patrick, for the presentation. Board members, any questions? Yeah, Liz.
Hi, Dan. Have there been exceedances of the BOD and so forth at Commonwealth? And if there are, in addition or aside from the penalties, what is Commonwealth doing about it to reduce the number?
Yeah, there was a period of time where there were multiple exceedances. Since they've really tightened up their operation, increased their training, they were acquired by a different company, which really seems to have taken a proactive approach to wastewater and kind of just filling the gaps that were there. And they've really had a long run in the last year of improved effluent quality without the increased treatment. So there have been a couple minor exceedances, but we're confident that the increased treatment will solve a lot of those problems.
And does the department have a good relationship, a working relationship with Commonwealth to talk about?
Yeah, we've been working through this back and forth and had several meetings, and yeah, I think we're.
You mentioned that the 2017 allocation expired. Is there a deadline or a timeline on the agreement?
The ordinance has a 3-year timeline in it for allocations, unused allocations.
But if it's used, then it
Right.
continues.
Right. Correct.
My other question was, so in those days where BOD is higher than it's supposed to be or they exceed it, does that fall to the town of Brattleboro to make room for that? Or do we violate our regulation with the EPA?
Right.
How does that?
We have not violated our permit. It creates an increased demand on our wastewater plant. The cost to treat increases. The procedures are a little different. We see some odor problems from time to time when their discharge is high. There's definitely some adverse effects on our side of things when they exceed.
That leads to a question.
Tim's got his hand up first.
I just had a quick, because I'm not really understanding the pre-treatment. Is it similar that's going to happen on their site that you said they're going to sort of beef up, whatever, for lack of a better term? Is it similar to the treatment that we make, and does that involve some sort of like trucking of solids out, or is that different from?
It's a scaled down version of what we have essentially. They have a treatment process currently. They're going to upgrade that. They'll put the waste through that, and then they're adding a biological treatment. It's a big tank of bubbles and media that kind of helps break things down before they send it to us. There will be sludge. They work with a provider to accept the sludge. We take a very limited amount from them, but they ship quite a bit off-site now already.
Liz?
So, building on Jessica's good question, so you said that when there's an exceedance, then the town has an increased cost to treat. Will these penalties that we'll be imposing reimburse the town fully for that increase in cost to treat?
It's a really hard thing to nail down. We feel it will. There's not really an exact calculation for that because it's really based on the strength, what's discharged, the amount, but that was the goal.
I have one quick question. So the increase of flow, they're going to keep the BOD to 800 pounds limit. Are the other things that kind of go with it besides the BOD, are those going to increase or are they going to stay at the same levels?
No, they're going to stay at the same levels as current. And in fact, we're going to implement a monthly average on their BOD, which they don't have now, which will hold it down a little bit.
Okay.
So it's an 800 pound daily limit and a 650 pound monthly average.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me look to the community to see if there's anybody. Yeah, absolutely. You'll need to come and stand at the microphone so that BCTV can get you. And then I'd also ask that you let us know your name and where you're from.
Marianne O'Byrne, Brattleboro. Who measures the amount of particulate matter that's in this effluent that's going out? Is it the company itself or is it the sewage department?
it's an independent lab. It's sampled at Commonwealth and then sent to an independent lab.
Great question. No. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna give
Gary Stroud.
Yep. Gary, welcome.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear from you. Good. Just a quick question to Dan or the Commonwealth. What type of solvent are you using to break down? Is it organic? I'm just curious to find out what is being pumped into the water system, just to see if it's biodegradable.
I can't speak to their process specifically, but there are additives to the waste to help it coagulate and help separate that matter. It's all the same stuff we use. It's wastewater accepted. That's what it's for.
Okay. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Jess, did you have a?
I did. I was just curious if this extra water allocation is going to help Commonwealth Dairy increase production or increase their workforce. And I don't know if that's a question for Dan or if there's anyone in here from Commonwealth that might be able to answer.
Sam's here from Commonwealth. He can probably.
Oh.
Sam Brown up from Commonwealth there. So yes, this pretty large multi-million-dollar expansion of our wastewater treatment will allow us to expand our production. The addition of the biologic treatment is something that's really been insisted upon by the state of Vermont and the town to lighten the load, if you will, on the Brattleboro treatment plant. It is a pretty monumental addition to that. So, and that's why our request for the additional volume is so that we can grow our business and kind of amortize that investment over a larger business, keep producing more, dairy products using Vermont milk, which is one of the things that we pride ourselves in. So support agriculture, make it a little easier for the town to process waste, and add some more people to the plant.
Excellent. Thank you. Great question, Jess. Seeing no other hands, and I don't know if the board has any other questions. I don't. Okay. In that case, I would look for a motion. Liz.
I move to authorize an increase in the water and sewer capacity for Commonwealth Dairy located at 111 Dillon Road from 100,000 gallons per day to 185,000 gallons per day with conditions as presented.
Liz has made a motion to authorize an increase in the water and sewer capacity for Commonwealth Dairy located at 111 Dillon Road from 100,000 gallons per day to 185,000 gallons per day with conditions as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate the presentation. And we move, I guess I'll take a motion.
I move that we adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
Jess has moved that we adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Carries 4-0. We move on to unfinished business. First is unfinished business agenda item A, Ordinance Amendment Chapter 8, second reading and possible adoption. Patrick?
Yes, sir. So tonight, the board is asked to conduct a second reading and potentially adopt changes to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinance, specifically Chapter 8, Health, Sanitation, and Fire Safety Inspections and Rental Housing, Sections 8-55, Penalty and Enforcement, and Section 8-55.1, Schedule of Fines, as presented. The board will recall you conducted a first reading at your meeting 2 weeks ago. The purpose of this change to the town's code of ordinances is to provide a specific list of fines that the Brattleboro Fire Department can make use of when conducting rental housing inspections for things like having a red tag boiler, having missing smoke alarms and this sort of thing. The board will also recall that back in 2019, there was a much expanded rental housing registry and inspection program adopted by the Brattleboro Fire Department. And so this set of fines, which is included in the memo, will help to give the fire department the tools that they need in order to be able to make sure that the rental housing in Brattleboro is safe.
Great. Thank you very much, Patrick. And as the board will recall, we had a pretty robust discussion on the first reading, but I'd like to open it for further discussion. Also, if the community has any questions, AC Cure is here if we have anything to direct to him. But I'll start with the board. Yeah, Liz.
I just have a really basic question. I understand what first fine and second fine is, but what do you mean by subsequent fine? Like, this could go on and on? I just want to understand how that works.
I think I know somebody who's got an answer to that.
So to answer that question, the answer is yes. Oftentimes, if the fine is not paid, we'll move to a health order. A health order, as we discussed in the last meeting, can be 6 months to a year before we establish a case or the means of evidence to bring to you folks. Hopefully we'd never get to that point, but yes, it could go on and on based on the nature and the nature of the fine or the hazard of the fine.
Follow-up question on fines. If fines go unpaid, maybe this is a question for Patrick. If fines go unpaid, what is the process for addressing on those unpaid fines? Is it similar to a parking ticket, or is it similar to unpaid taxes?
I wish it was similar to unpaid taxes, because with unpaid taxes, the town always has the ability to collect by virtue of conducting a tax sale. Parking fines are much more difficult. And I can tell you that the collection of rental inspection fees and fines has been could use improvement. And so I can tell you that we have a new finance director, and one of the things that we're taking a look at, and actually we have a meeting tomorrow with Attorney Fisher, is to try and develop a more regular system. So regardless of whether it's Chuck and these particular fines, or whether it's the assessor's office and a business license fine, to have a more regular process that we're going to follow across all departments in an effort to collect fines more regularly. And secondly, we're going to approach it in a different way, which is to try and make the paying of fines more convenient. So by potentially, if you had, if Chuck might have one of those little white squares on his phone and was in you could take a fine at the, and process payment immediately. We're thinking by making it more convenient for those to be able to pay for the fees and, unfortunately, fines more conveniently, that will have a higher collection rate. But then we're going to work with the finance department and the town attorney to develop a more robust system of follow-up with unpaid and uncollected fees and fines.
Thank you.
The board members?
I guess I'll just let everybody know I missed the first reading, but I did watch it in retrospect, so it was a good discussion. I just wanted to let everybody know that I was very happy with finally putting a little teeth into what we passed in 2019. landlords have responsibilities, and this will actually help make those come through, I think. So, yeah, just wanted to give my support in retrospect to the last meeting, and then say yay for this meeting.
Absolutely. Jess?
Another question for Patrick. It's actually related to this element as part of the fire department's responsibilities. Just wanting to confirm that it's being considered in the AP Triton study of the human capital and financial capital that are needed to transition to EMS. Because I know for a lot of folks in town, rental inspections are really important and really help them stay in safe housing environments. So
Absolutely, AP Triton is going to be fully informed of all the responsibilities of the department. I might ask, if it's all right with you, AC Kier to speak a little bit to who predominantly gets this assignment and.
Sure. So you guys, if you recall, about a year ago, you allowed for a part-time fire inspector, Inspector Rick Davis. He handles the majority of our rental housing inspections. The other subsequent inspections is handled either by myself or a few other people that are certified in that domain. He is not considered to be either fire or EMS response. His sole purpose is to do rental inspections, so it'll have very little effect, if at all. Yep. And I'd also like to note too, you mentioned about the collection. In our previous 2 weeks ago, we noted uncollected rate of 8,825. We've since collected a little over 3,000 of that in 2 weeks, so we're making progress there.
Is that the finance director?
That's a little bit of our office manager and the finance director, so.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Good as well.
Excellent. All right. Anyone from public here? No one left? Okay.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
I'm just wondering.
You can just let us know your name and where you're from.
I'm Jackie Reese, and I'm a landlord here in town in Brattleboro. So I'm wondering if, and I don't know who answers this, but is this going to also increase the ability to enforce the actual repairs that need to be done?
So I think, I'm trying to think if I understand your question.
So in other words, you have fines. If you go in and there's something that needs to be done, for instance, there's lead paint on the windows, and you go in and so you fine them because they haven't taken care of their, can these fines just continue to increase and increase and increase? Or are you gonna have the ability to actually go in there and make the landlord correct those dangerous situations?
Yeah, I think my understanding was that sort of was spoken to a little earlier with the health order. Is that the term?
Yeah, so to answer your question a little bit, we always strive for voluntary compliance. In our last meeting, we discussed really it's the 1% of the landlords that we're talking about here. And most landlords have that voluntary compliance. The schedule of fines really addresses those major items that are really life safety. Immediate life safety, like missing smoke detectors, egress being blocked, boilers that wouldn't be running properly. Those issues are ones that we would ask the landlords to address immediately. If they didn't address them immediately, then we would move to a scheduled fine. So we always give that voluntary compliance first.
And I totally understand that, but I've lived across the street from a house that has had a tarp on the roof for so many years that the tarp is shredded. So it brings down the neighborhood. It increases the possibility of the tenants in my neighborhood being willing to live with a leaky roof and not necessarily be that much caring about the rest of the neighborhood or that building. So what I'm concerned about more than the fines is there being at least a further step. I know it's a difficult one. I know it's not something that people find popular, but a step more forward in the direction of enforcing compliance with major problems.
Yes, this is absolutely a step in that forward direction. Right now, we have the voluntary compliance, and then we build a case to a health order. As I mentioned, it's a 6 months to a year process. So this step is that middle ground between those two that would hopefully allow for a quicker, more solution to the problem.
And it's not even one step, it's 3 steps within that.
Right,
step.
exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
because it has a growing fine for each time it's violated. Yeah.
Want to talk a quick follow-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Since you mentioned the health order a couple of times, I'm recalling that in watching the last meeting during the first reading, you mentioned a couple of health orders that might be in process.
That's right.
I'm curious if moving on either of those, did moving towards health order resolve any of them?
One is moving towards resolution right now. The other one, I'm assuming I'll be coming to you folks pretty soon.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Jackie. Any other? Seeing none. Board members, any other questions? Yeah.
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Question, I don't know. This is a good stick. The town also has some carrots, right, for business owners who may need a loan or a grant, for homeowners that want to create apartments. There are things on both sides that the town is doing to support rental accommodations and property owners as well. Just wanted to put that out there. We're not just using a stick.
Yeah.
There are opportunities for the town to support small businesses in town, including property owners.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, the full scope of it from both sides.
And it's not a huge number, percentage-wise, as AC Kier pointed out, that we need a stick at all.
Right. Great. In that case, I'd look for a motion.
My turn? Oh, sure. Okay.
Tim's turn.
I'll make a motion to amend Chapter 8, Health, Sanitation, Fire Safety, Inspections, and Rental Housing, Section 8-55, Penalty and Enforcement, and Sections 8-55.1, Schedule of Fines.
Board's having a problem with 8s tonight.
I know.
Tim has made a motion to amend Chapter 8, Health, Sanitation, Fire Safety, Inspections, and Rental Housing, Sections 8-55, Penalty and Enforcement, and Sections 8-55.1, Schedule of Fines. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you very much. AC Kier, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we move on to unfinished business. So this is unfinished business. Yeah, unfinished business B, the Melrose Bridge replacement selection of bridge option. So this will be Patrick first will speak to it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So as the board and the public will likely recall, on September 21st of last year, V-Trans came to the Brattleboro Selectboard and made a presentation about the replacement of the Melrose Bridge. The Melrose Bridge is, I think, more or less everybody knows where it is. It's situated at a critical juncture between Brattleboro and West Brattleboro, and the V-Trans presented a series of options that included repairing the existing bridge or replacing it with a new arched bridge, or replacing it with a new, more traditional type of bridge. At the time, V-Trans recommended what was called option 4B. The board has in their packet the full presentation that was delivered by V-Trans, and towards the very end of that packet is an alternatives matrix, which includes alternative 1, A and B, 2, A and B, 3, A and B, and 4, A and B. And the recommendation from V-Trans at that time was for alternative 4B, which was the full bridge replacement. And the 2 A and B options with each has to do with whether or not the town would support either a temporary bridge that would need to be constructed on some private properties immediately adjacent to the bridge, or whether the town would support a detour The board didn't actually make any particular comments about that at that meeting. Staff has since taken a look into the issue and has come back unanimously with a recommendation that we continue with 4B as recommended by VTrans, and to adopt a selection that incorporates a temporary bridge for the basic reason that if we were to use the detour, we would be first having to deal with a 60-day full closure and a forced use of a detour. But then in addition to that, there would be a 6-month period of time where there would be alternating traffic. And the impact of either of those two options on our ability to deliver emergency services, particularly in West Brattleboro, would be, in our belief, unacceptable. It would slow down police, fire, and EMS response to all of Western Brattleboro. And for that reason, we would recommend moving forward with a selection that included the temporary bridge. That extends the project, it extends the cost, but staff doesn't see any other option. Sue Fillion is here, as you can see, and she can present a abbreviated walkthrough of the options and that were presented by VTrans last year, if the board is so inclined.
So board, I'm of the position to hear the abbreviated presentation because it's been a long time since the September 2021 discussion. Do y'all feel similarly, or?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it would be best.
Okay.
Have a brief recap.
Excellent. Sue?
Okay, so what I did, hold on, I'm gonna share my screen. Steve, can you give me permission to do that? Okay. What I've done is just used a couple of slides from the VTrans presentation back in September 2021, just to walk you through a little of it and just for the public as well. So the bridge that we're talking about is Bridge 54. It's located on Route 9, headed west out of Brattleboro. It's right past Melrose Street, right before you enter West Brattleboro Village. So the existing bridge was built in 1914. It's a 60-foot single span cast in place concrete arch bridge. It's got a very narrow sidewalk on one side of it. It's undersized. It doesn't meet standard width. It's skewed at 20 degrees, and what that means is it's skewed to the Whetstone Brook. And in high flows, it blocks the floodwaters and it catches debris and then causes damage. And then there's some structural issues, some cracking and effervescence in the head walls, and just some other deterioration that is common with a 1914 bridge. So the state did a scoping study of the bridge to look at different alternatives. And these are the design criteria and considerations that they considered when they were looking at options. So there is an average daily traffic of 17,500 vehicles per day that travel that bridge. About 8.5% of that is heavy trucks. The design speed on the roadway is 30 miles per hour for cars and 25 miles per hour for buses and trucks. And there are a lot of utilities that cross the bridge. There's aerial wires, municipal water and sewer, and underground communications that need to be considered. So they considered a series or a couple of alternatives. Obviously, no action is typically one of the alternatives they look at, but that's not really a viable one. There need to be maintenance within 10 years. Another alternative was to look at rehabbing the current bridge, the arch. And that would be a repair and replace the outer portions of the arch ring and some of the walls. There'd be new bridge railing, new pavement and sidewalk, and that would be about a 40-year design life. They could also rehabilitate the existing arch bridge and widen it at the same time so that you could have a 10-foot shoulder, 11-foot travel lanes, and 5-foot sidewalk on the north and south side, so both sides of the bridge. Currently, the sidewalk's only on one side. And that would have a 35-year design life. And then there's full bridge replacement with a new arch. Again, it would be widened. They would improve the hydraulic condition under the bridge so that it would allow for greater flow of floodwaters, and that could be a 100-year design life. And then there's full bridge replacement with a conventional bridge. Again, widening it, having 2 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the bridge, 11-foot travel lanes, and 10-foot shoulders, which could accommodate bicycles safer. Again, it would increase the skew to the channel for improved hydraulic condition, and it would be a 100-year design life. And so the states, what they had given as the recommended alternative for the town is to do a full bridge replacement with conventional bridge. And so that's option 4 in that matrix, or alternative 4 in the matrix that you were looking at. And this is just a typical section showing that there would be a 5 to 6 foot sidewalk on both sides, 10-foot shoulders, and 11-foot travel lanes. And then the layout of the bridge, obviously it would be wider. So the right of way, they would need to be some right of way acquisition. So then the next part is, if you accept that recommended alternative, is to figure out if there will be an offsite detour or a temporary bridge put in place. They can't do this in a phased construction due to the narrow width of the bridge and a need to maintain two-way traffic. Patrick spoke a little bit about road closure. That would be handled by, the detour would be handled by the state. The shortest route would be 3.7 miles end to end. It would be a 60-day closure, and there would be a separate truck route. So the passenger cars would basically be detoured to Orchard Street and Meadowbrook Road. So it's about 3.7 miles end to end. Parts of these roads are gravel roads, which was a concern to DPW. It's also hilly. So this was not seen as a viable, in addition to the safety and EMS concerns, also the heavy travel of our roads was a concern, particularly gravel roads. The offsite detour truck route would use Route 100 to Route 30. That is almost a 65-mile detour. So that would be the proposed truck route detour. And I would just add that, again, there's a lot of truck traffic on this, so hopefully they would take the detour and not get stuck last minute trying to get up our gravel roads. So with the temporary bridge layout, what they would be proposing is to construct a temporary bridge just south of the existing bridge. This is just one rendering of it. I know we did have some meetings on site with some of the abutters, and they expressed concerns that this particular layout could lead to more headlights into their windows. So this is just from the September presentation, but this may be able to be adjusted a little bit so that the angle when it's on the eastern side of the bridge is not, putting headlights directly into housing windows, or there might be some landscaping mitigation. But essentially, this is what a temporary bridge would look like. And then I've highlighted alternative 4B because this is what staff is recommending, the full bridge replacement with new steel beam bridge. And I just want to speak a little bit about the local share, which for this option is the most expensive. It would be $515,990. That's the estimate. And it would be a construction of about 18 months. So there is a state law that passed in 2012 that requires a local share for bridges that are being either rehabilitated or replaced. And if they can rehabilitate, if it's a bridge rehabilitation, the share is less. And if you can do it with a road closure, it's even less. So the option that we are recommending is at 10% because we are recommending a replacement, or staff is recommending a replacement, and with the road open during construction. And so that would be a requirement that the Brattleboro pays 10% of that cost. There's been 2 efforts to try to either waive or reduce the local share. Town Manager Elwell in November of 2021 made a request to VTrans, but because this was state law, this was not something they felt that they could waive or reduce. Town Manager Manali in March supported an effort by Representative Molly Burke to amend the state bridge formula with the House Transportation Committee, and I don't believe that went anywhere. There was not support within the committee to change that at this time. So both of those attempts were unsuccessful, and so we are, where we are with the local share of depending on the alternative that you pay. So that is what I have for the presentation. If you want to look at any of the other alternatives, I focused really on the full bridge replacement. I'm happy to do that and bring those up, but I can take questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Sue. I appreciate that brief refresher for us all, because it has been a bit. And I also appreciate you speaking to, and I was going to ask Patrick, but why we had this delay between September and now was we were trying to determine if there's any possibility for reducing this town share of the cost, because that was something that came up in September. We said, this is a lot. Is there any way that we could reduce it? And it's unfortunate that there was no successful way, but it does help to explain the timeline for this. So, Patrick, yeah.
And I would just say that I think we all owe Representative Burke our appreciation. She worked really hard, and where Sue's right, it didn't get a lot of play in the House committee. So Representative Burke began working with her colleagues in the Senate to try and approach this from a different angle. The case that we were making was that there is a disproportionately high low-income population in Brattleboro, and the cost is rather significant. We made a case that the local citizens shouldn't be burdened with the additional cost for the temporary bridge, given that the most significant impact on the temporary bridge would be for trucking traffic, which is largely a state or interstate commerce activity and not a local activity. Nevertheless, our efforts failed to yield any relief. And so, as you can see from the alternatives matrix, if the board chose to move forward with alternative 4B, the cost to the town would be approximately $515,990, and we're going to need to incorporate that into our budget this next year.
Thank you very much, Patrick. All right, board members, questions for Sue or Patrick, comments? Jess?
First, I just want to say it's so incredibly disappointing that the state legislature would go this way on the decision, especially for infrastructure replacement, that replacement of infrastructure that is over 100 years old, that they would prioritize rehabilitation rather than replacement for structures like that. And it's really disappointing that, in addition, fixing this issue would give us better resiliency for flooding, which is a huge issue that we'll be confronting with climate change. So just want to voice that frustration and ask some questions. So you said the contribution that Brattleboro is going to have to make is going to have to come out of next year's budget. Does that mean fiscal year 23, the year we're in right now, or?
No, out of the next budget opportunity, which would be fiscal 24.
Okay. And was this something that fits in any way into our capital, like long-term capital plan, or is this outside of?
It's outside of. It's outside of.
Okay. Then I have two questions for Sue, which are about design. So the first question is the width of the shoulder. So in the design in our packets, it's proposed at 10 feet. And I'm just curious about why the shoulder is so wide, if it has anything to do with the bike ped plans for Western Ave. And also, if that possibility of a wide shoulder will increase folks' speed as they're passing across the bridge, and if there's any consideration about what to do about that as well.
I'm trying to go back through my mind and understand why VTran is recommending a 10-foot shoulder, and I seem to recall that it is their design. I think all bridges now, it's almost like a doubling of the travel lane, and it's just the way they design the bridges. I think it's for future maintenance and that kind of thing. But I'd have to probably get back to you on that with a real answer on that. What I would say is they were willing to, if we wanted a sidewalk on only one side of the bridge, that would be an option. That would be one way to narrow the bridge. I think from staff perspective, all of our plans call for sidewalks on both sides. We know that that's already, a troublesome bicycle and pedestrian spot. So we were supportive of sidewalks on both sides. As for the speed, I do think that there's probably some concern having that wide of a shoulder will, that's definitely a concern that we can share with the state. How they'll manage it, I'm not sure, or what options we might have. I'm not sure. It definitely is going to neck down, obviously, as you're traveling east. Back, it'll taper back to the regular roadway. And so they did not mention actually striping bicycle lanes on this, but rather using that shoulder as a bicycle lane. We're still going to have to figure out that kind of choke point that exists now and how to get bicycle lanes in there so that it's kind of continuous into the village and past.
Another question?
One more question about design. The options for the replacement with a new arch or the replacement with a new steel beam bridge. I see that the new arch is a more expensive option than the new steel beam bridge. I was wondering what the difference was between the two. Is it just an aesthetic / historical thing, or is it something else that's more about functionality?
No, I think it's more about the aesthetics of it. And so it's just a different bridge construction type because both of the designs would have a similar opening of, right now, I think the skew to the brook is like 20 degrees and they'd both be at 40. So I think it's really just the type of construction, they'll put down a steel bridge with that option. And it's just, I think, easier.
Thanks, Sue.
Tim?
I almost had the exact same question, but it's slightly different. Actually, I was looking at the new arch choice and noticed that it was only $40,000 more. Was staff's recommendation for the steel beam bridge simply based on the $40K reduction for the town, or was there something else that doesn't appear in the matrix? Because I think I knew the answer to this back whenever we first talked about this, but I've forgotten. So I was just curious if that was the reason why staff is recommending 4B.
Honestly, I can't remember. Really, we were focused on whether it was the temporary bridge or the new bridge. So I feel like back in the fall, it was kind of going with the state's recommendation for 4B. We didn't really get into that level of whether it's the arch or whether it's.
I guess, I'm not sure you'd see the arch when using the roadway.
Unless you're
But
fishing under
arches
it.
are nicer. I mean, but it's just something to think about. It's only because we're spending a lot of money. Do we want to spend a slightly more amount if
On a
we're
pretty
forced to
one.
spend it? I don't know.
Okay.
Okay,
Liz?
what do I do with that?
Tim wants to
You're the
say
chair. You do something.
Hi, Sue. I have a series of questions and comments. The first is, would this share be eligible for federal infrastructure funding to
No.
reimburse? Okay. And yes, I do understand that this bridge and this section of roadway is a huge link in the New York, New Hampshire, and Vermont commercial traffic. And I think it's a shame that even though Molly Burke tried her best, she was not able to get any traction with the legislature. I remember taking a site visit with the staff to look at the site. And at that time, there was considerable concern that VTrans needed to present some healthy mitigation measures to the adjacent property owners. Do you know whether that has been accomplished to the property owner's satisfaction?
I don't believe that it has, but I don't know that for sure. I do know that VTrans is has the engineer on the engineering firm on board. And so I think that I don't know if there's been any further discussions with the abutters about that. I think that VTrans has been waiting for the town's decision to really start moving forward.
So they're waiting for us to decide before we know that, that they had these mitigation measures included in the project to our satisfaction? It seems kind of.
I don't know that they've engaged the engineers to begin work on the project. And I think they've collected the concerns and we're going to share them, but we'd have to check in with VTrans.
Okay. Will there be other opportunities to us to voice our concern about our constituents, our adjacent property owners and the mitigation measures?
I believe there will be. Typically, they share the plans with each design phase. So I do think that there will be opportunities along the way.
Great. And then I think Jess mentioned something, but I still have a question of how does this fit into the rest of the highway? And what is the timing for the town or VTrans to, I know Route 9 is being rebuilt further west of here. Is all that part of a big phased development?
The part west of here is happening, I think, this summer and next summer. So that's going to go before this bridge project. I think this is slated, they've been eyeing 2025 for this project. I don't know if it'll be bumped up because perhaps the state is getting, has more funding with the ARPA funds that they have, or but it will be a separate project from what's happening further west.
But we can envision a future with both this bridge and all the sections of Route 9 being rebuilt?
I can't speak to the part between exit 2 and this bridge. I don't know if they have reconstruction plans in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. If there aren't any questions from any other questions to the board, I'm going to open it up to the public. I know we have representatives from the abutters here, and I saw a hand a little earlier. If you would like to speak now, please do. If you don't, just state your name, where you're from.
Hi, I'm Aaron Smith. I'm one of the property owners right next to the bridge. I'm on the southeast corner. Going to be probably impacted as much as anybody. Fully agree, we need a replacement bridge. To answer Jessica's question about the width of the breakdown lanes, That is all state mandated based on new bridge criteria that's specified in their, how they design the bridges today. I guess it may be up to debate on that. I have an issue with a 10-foot breakdown lane. Not only will it impede onto my property in right of way, I'm also very concerned about the speed in which Western Avenue is traveled currently. Widening that bridge will add to that, I'm sure. My other concern is they do assure me that it's gonna neck down and meet the current sidewalk in front of my house. But after you widen the bridge and they come to do the road later, they're gonna say, well, we gotta meet the bridge. And then I'm gonna lose 10 feet and I will have 3 feet from my front steps to be on the sidewalk. That is one of my huge concerns about that project. I don't think we need a 10-foot breakdown lane. It's not that wide anywhere else on Western Avenue. So why would you do it there? And I'm just worried about the future and the impact on my property later. That's all I have for concerns. And I had the answer to your question about the 10-foot breakdown lanes. I also think a 5-foot sidewalk is excessive. I know that's probably also spec'd out, but everywhere else the sidewalk might be 3 feet. I haven't actually measured it, but it's not 5.
And if I can, it's kind of a little unorthodox sort of asking you questions, but have you, so my memory from part of the meeting in September was that there had been very little to no communication at all between you and V-Trans, which was pretty distressing for the board, obviously distressing for you. Yes, of course. And so I'm curious if you could speak a little to, they told us they would take the time to speak with you. If you can just speak to that a little bit. I do appreciate Sue's point that we will be able to see this at other times as it's progressing, but I'm just curious.
So since the last site visit, was it back in September, I've heard nothing from the state. Here we are discussing a bridge, temporary bridge that'll go through my yard, and there's been no discussion on, not that compensation is everything, but, I am gonna be a little inconvenienced. And I'm more concerned about the permanent changes to my property. I don't even know how to put a value on that. And if they're gonna go with a bridge design with their current breakdown lane, adding sidewalk on my side, which I think we need a sidewalk on both sides of this bridge, but you're adding a total of 26 feet in width. So they're gonna be taking approximately, I'm gonna guess around 8 or 10 feet of my side yard. Which is significant, and then it's gonna neck down just on the other side of my driveway, and like I said, I'm worried about the future. If they're making the bridge that wide, if they come to do the road's next. Yeah. And that's gonna significantly impact that property also. I don't plan on going anywhere soon. This year, the effect to my property might be $10,000 or $20,000. Then they go and take my front yard 5 or 10 years from now, all of a sudden, well, now what's the value of the property and how much did that extrapolate? Like, I have concerns about the width of it. Yeah, that's my biggest concern.
Do you have questions for?
I do,
Okay.
Mr. Smith, thank you.
Yes.
It was my understanding that we were recommending the town that V-Trans, in building the temporary bridge, not only provide like a noise barrier, physical noise barrier, but also vegetative screening so that when the temporary bridge comes on, all the lights don't shine in your living room. Have they discussed that with you?
I haven't heard anything from the state.
Yeah. So my concern is that we're voting on something, we would be approving something that has not been resolved to the town or the abutter satisfaction. And we'd be giving assent to something that we're not really set yet. And I understand Sue's point that we're playing cat and mouse here, that they want us to do this step so that they can bring the engineer and continue with the plans. But if they haven't fulfilled what we would consider to be their end before we are voting, and that's what concerns me.
Well, what about a contingency snuck
So-
into our?
Okay, so let's have Patrick, you want to respond to that first?
Yeah, I'd like to. I'm not going to pretend to know as much about the manner in which the coordination between the town and V-Trans is, let's say, Peter. But from my experience, what I think is holding up the negotiations with the property owner is the fact that the town hasn't made a decision about whether their right-of-way needs to get involved with the project or not. So we met after the September meeting on site. We went to each of the affected properties, I believe. Representatives from V-Trans were there, the property owners were there. My expectation is that V-Trans is waiting to hear from the town about the town's decision about which project to move forward with, at which point in time they will have negotiators that would work with the different property owners, particularly Mr. Smith, who's going to be most negatively impacted. And they would run through a process whereby they would evaluate and assess the inconvenience, put a dollar figure to it, and then it would be up to the property owner to either accept that or not, in which case, and Bob, I'm just giving you a quick heads up, if you can correct me if I'm wrong here. At that point in time, the town would either need to try and facilitate the property owner to accept the offer that V-Trans provides, or then we would take the property. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. If there is no agreement with regard to valuations and a voluntary taking, then it goes through a taking process, which in large part combines the town taking that for, it's essentially the town doing the taking for the state project to go forward. So we've done that with, for instance, the Hinsdale Bridge.
So, I understand all that, but I think Mr. Smith has a more basic question about which alternative that we should be selecting. And we don't really have answers about the length of the right-of-way and the bike lanes and so forth, and that troubles me.
Sue's got her hand up.
I just want to point out that Gary LaRoche, who I think is the V-Trans project manager, is in the meeting with his hand up. So
Oh, geez.
that could be helpful.
Well, there we go. That would be pretty helpful. Why don't we have Gary come on up?
Hello, everyone. It's hard for us to see that.
Yeah, we it's pretty far away from us over here, so I apologize. Welcome.
Hi there, everybody. Hopefully I can provide some clarification for all the questions that are going back and forth. So speaking to some of the questions that came up earlier in the meeting about the shoulder width and the design criteria and the arch, the bridge type. There is a little bit of flexibility with the shoulder width. Recognizing that the corridor has 8-foot shoulders, so I believe that we could reduce the shoulder width to the 8 feet. So that it's a little bit of a reduction from the 10. It's not zero like we would like, but definitely some flexibility there. As far as the selected or the recommended alternative regarding the arch versus the conventional steel or beam superstructure, a conventional structure would provide the most robust hydraulic opening to prevent any sort of damage or flooding in the future. So that was the primary purpose of why we recommended a conventional bridge in this location. Regarding concerns of the property owner in the temporary bridge would be placed as alternative 4B. We have not, we've taken all of the property owner's concerns, including Mr. Boomer or Bomber, sorry about the pronunciation. I've had correspondence or email exchange and try to help describe and answer some of his questions as soon as possible after they've come in. Hopefully that was satisfactory. But we take in the concerns. We're not able to proceed until the town makes a decision on the alternative that they would like to pursue. After the town makes a decision, we can authorize the consultant who is Green International on this project to proceed with design. And then move forward with incorporating the property owners' concerns into the site design of the project, so they have a clear picture of how they will be exactly impacted by the project, as a finished product, as well as the project as it is being constructed. And at each design phase, we would provide the town and property owners, the plans would be publicly available for everybody to review and comment on. And at any point in the design process, we're certainly happy to field any questions and concerns with site design to be incorporated into the next design submission. So I think I hit on most everything. Regarding the temporary bridge and the screening that was mentioned during our on-site meeting last fall, we had discussed the orientation of the temporary bridge to be skewed, so the headlights would be skewed away from the property owner's windows, and also some screening that would prohibit light from entering his home during nighttime hours. Generally, screening is placed on Jersey barriers that would be on the edge of the road. And those look like those green sticks on the top of the concrete barrier that prevent light from passing through, and it usually helps with noise dampening as well. Other measures can be incorporated. I don't have really examples at this very moment, but we definitely could come up with some solutions.
I really appreciate all of those responses. I think one that I didn't hear a response to was Mr. Smith's concern regarding the widening of the road in front of his property at some later date to incorporate the expanded breakdown lane, be it 8 feet or be it 10 feet. I'm hearing maybe it's not even 8 feet now, so I'm not sure quite where that number is coming from. But can you speak at all to that? I don't know if the state would be the one responsible for it or not, but is there any kind of policy to, like, when you're approaching a bridge, do you have to expand it out or not?
So the typical section widths are established by the Vermont state standard on how projects are designed. The bridges get replaced a lot less frequently than the roads get reconstructed or updated. So the bridges are widened to a future state of what the roads will eventually be. So definitely a valid point on the behalf of the property owner. And unfortunately, I can't speak to future roadway projects, but that's what the bridge project would be proposing, unless unless the town would like to go another direction with the sidewalk, reduction in sidewalk or so forth for to help with that width.
Yeah, Mr. Smith. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
I was just wondering, does the town, are they able to negotiate or dictate what the width of the breakdown lane is, or the width of the sidewalk?
That's a question for Gary.
Yeah, sorry, Gary, that's a question for you.
For, V-Trans has to operate under a stewardship and oversight agreement with the Federal Highway Administration for federal funding. So our projects have to be designed per the Vermont state standard for widths. Generally the flexibility that we have is, in the scoping report, it specifies an 8-foot width for the shoulder, and we would be able to have the flexibility to, for that corridor, to reduce it to the 8 feet, but to have it narrower than what exists on the corridor as a whole would not be possible.
So you're saying there's an 8-foot minimum, or the minimum of the shoulder has to meet what's currently on the road within how many feet of the bridge? Like, where are we measuring? Because I can tell you the lane there is much narrower than 8 feet, and depending on where you measure it, if you're on the west side of the bridge or on the east side of the bridge, it varies greatly.
So when I reference the corridor, I'm speaking as the corridor as a whole, not specifically at the bridge location.
The corridor as a whole. So are you talking from like Main Street, Brattleboro, all the way back through to Wilmington?
I would have to. I don't have my classification map up, but I could provide the classification map and where that would be applicable, post meeting.
All right, I'm gonna give one second. Tim's got a question for Gary while we've got him up.
Hi, Gary, Tim. I just wanted to, first I want to make a quick comment that I've been on the board a while, and we've always found VT Trans to be very reasonable, working with the town and all townspeople's concerns. So I just want to get that out there. It doesn't have to be oppositional so much as we just have things to work out. Gary, is it pretty typical that in this type of situation, and forgive me, I honestly don't know how common this is, but if a property owner is impacted either by a reduction of actual property usage ability or their actual property lines are moved, is it typical to have some sort of compensation discussion happening?
Yes. So it's really all the matter of when. So just want to make sure I have the sequence correct. So we proceed through preliminary design or preliminary plans, and at the preliminary plan design stage, that's where we would incorporate all of the site design concerns and try to get the finalized project impacts. And then I would come out to site and I would meet with each one of the property owners and go over how their property is going to be impacted by the project. And around, just after the point where preliminary plans are complete. And then, that's around the same time that the town would be, receiving the preliminary plans for comments. And of course, the town would be, or select board members are certainly welcome to attend the property owner meetings to go over those impacts with the property owners. Following that meeting, as we proceed into final design and we complete the NEPA process, that's when our right-of-way negotiators would approach the property owner with an offer on, what the acquisition's value. The V-Trans is not allowed to offer the property owner anything less than the fair, what the right-of-way rules require for fair and just compensation. And depending on how much of the property is acquired or needing acquisition for the project, it would either be a waiver analysis for those to determine a value, or it would be an appraisal if it was above a certain dollar amount. I believe that dollar amount's, the threshold's roughly $20,000 or more. An appraisal would be required. And then we would, proceed through negotiations. The property owner certainly can, negotiate back and forth. And if we're unsuccessful, then we would have to proceed with the municipal condemnation, as we did on Brattleboro Hinsdale project.
Yeah.
But we, that's absolute last resort. We really try to, work with the property owner and, to accommodate everybody the best we possibly can.
I just want to make a quick comment just to get me out of the way.
Yeah.
That I think that, there's a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation where we really need to make a decision so that they can start their process, because they can't just upend their process if they don't have a picked, selection, and then everything can go forward. So I can kind of see both sides. Like they need something from us right now.
I actually really appreciate that. I was about to sort of sum this a little bit. Yeah, it's like, we've got questions we want more answers to, but at the same time, I understand we have to sort of provide the state with some direction here. I think the board probably can find itself somewhere on these two questions. And my question to Gary here would be just, so the discussion about the width of the breakdown lane, and I understand, it seems like we've got an agreement on the sidewalk, but still something like that. Could that discussion happen after this stage where we determine whether we're going to do the offsite detour versus a temporary bridge, and then which actual type of bridge we're going for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we can pursue those questions after we select an alternative, or the select board makes a decision for the alternative. Especially when it comes to whether the town would prefer a steel beam structure versus a concrete beam structure. The site cosmetics and so forth can all be determined at a later date.
Okay, that's very helpful. I think that I won't speak for the full board here, but it seems like this is something that we do need to do. This bridge needs to be replaced. So I feel comfortable now knowing that we can hammer out some of these details that are very reasonably brought up by the abutters who are going to be most impacted by this. That the board stays very involved in making sure that our constituencies' voices are heard, and that these concerns are brought back before us and we can make further determinations. But I do appreciate V-Trans's position that the board really needs to act now to at least give some sort of direction so that we can move forward.
We can act and still be grumpy about the 10% match.
Yeah, yes.
Which is not Gary's call.
It's not Gary's fault, but
sorry, everybody.
I do have one question.
Yes, please. No, and I wasn't trying to keep us, but I'm just conscious of the time, and I want to just break for the interpreters fairly soon. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a short question. Once we endorse one of these options, if there's something in the design process that feels untenable to the board, can we change our minds? What is the process with V-Trans for that? Like, do we have options, or are we stuck with the one we endorsed tonight?
I just spoke to that a little bit.
I think I can answer.
You think you can? Oh.
I think that Gary outlined that we need to provide an option, let's say 4B as is proposed, and then each step in the design process and the environmental impact stage process allows us to comment on the design. Allows us to comment on the design, allows the public to comment, and allows Mr. Smith and the other abutters to comment on the design.
Right, and I can speak to that a little bit too, if that's helpful. So, so long the alternative doesn't change from a changing the superstructure type altogether to an arch, or at large those from one alternative to the other. For instance, like from 4B to 4A, that would because that would change the funding split for the town. Because you'd be closing the road. So generally, how we proceed from this point on, once the town makes a selection or the select board makes a selection, we would process a finance and maintenance agreement with the town for that funding split for that option. And if the town wanted to change the option to say rehabilitation in the future, then we would have to take a step back and amend the finance and maintenance agreement with the town. And then the only ramification to that is, the town would be responsible for the cost that had already incurred for that share of the design.
Yeah.
So the question I'm really looking at the answer to is how much weight. You said the town and residents have opportunities to ask questions and make public comment, but what weight do those comments carry in the decisions and design of the actual project? Because I've worked on the planning commission and I've worked on a couple of projects, and I know that sometimes they can just get completely ignored. And sometimes they're actually quite incorporated to the design of the project. So I was just asking more about the relationship to the project and how you value or use public comment.
Absolutely. I'll certainly do everything I can to incorporate comments and concerns into the project's design. And I'd be also, as we work our way through preliminary design, I would be happy to come make a presentation to the select board on characteristics of the site. As things come up, like the type of bridge rail you'd like to see, the type of if there's like a certain type of retaining wall between the roadway and the property owner that's more visually pleasing. We can do things like that. Whether you want concrete curb or granite curb, or if you want a paved bridge deck or a bare bridge deck, it's all about what the town wants. More than happy to come and meet with all of you to go over those things and address anything that comes up along the way.
Okay, Liz?
I just want to attest to being on the aesthetic evaluation committee for the V-Trans Route 91 bridge, and I thought it was a very successful outcome, and V-Trans listened quite considerably to our concerns. But I do appreciate Jessica's question, because I think that was a special circumstance where V-Trans had decided that the input of the community was great for this aesthetic purpose. And I wonder, was that a special case, or is that representative of V-Trans incorporating the view of the public into their design?
Honestly, I'm not familiar with the other projects, so,
Well, come on down, we'll show it to you.
It's very pretty.
Well, I see that Molly has her hand up. Is it Molly Burke?
Yeah, it's myself.
Yeah, so we should definitely hear from her. And I apologize that we didn't hear from her sooner. Again, I have a hard time seeing the hands.
okay.
Hi.
Yeah, you can take Gary down for a moment, and thank you very much for that. We may bring you back up, but
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah, this project was a big, took a lot of my thought process during the legislative session, and I would love to be here saying to you, yes, I managed to get the share reduced to 5%, which is what I was trying to do. And I want to give credit to the people at the Joint Fiscal Office who really worked to try to come up with some kind of a way of getting it. The problem was that this bridge is on a Class 1 town highway, and there was federal funding, really frustratingly, for off-system bridges that were not on town highways that could have been at 100%. And I was just, bridges that maybe are not as important as this one. And it was very, very frustrating. And ultimately, the Senate really sort of follows the lead of VTrans. And VTrans was opposed to changing the formula in any way. And we had a formula for communities that were in an opportunity zone, or communities that had lower income. We sort of kept trying to come up with these different formulas to way to, not just have it be about the Brattleboro Bridge, but not have, anyway, that's sort of water under the bridge. I'm going to keep looking for money next year, assuming if I'm going to be reelected. And I just want to say that I want to keep my eye on this bridge in terms of also the impact to the community and the property owners. And I'm happy to really keep me informed about anything that you think I need to know. And I'm happy to be an advocate to VTrans on this issue, and see maybe if there's any other federal money floating around that we can grab. So
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you very much, Molly. We really appreciate that. And thank you for your work.
Molly.
I want just to look back to the Smiths, if you had any other questions for right now. It's a difficult situation, and I really do appreciate that. I'm grateful for VTrans to being here to at least give us a little bit more direction on what this process looks like moving forward. I'm personally in a position where I feel like we could move forward with at least providing the first direction from the town tonight. But I also I want to hear from the rest of the board now where we're at, and whether we feel like we can move forward now, or if we want to delay this and have further discussion.
I think there might be another person with a hand up.
Okay.
We have a John Balmer.
Okay. Oh, great. Yes. John? Yeah. Can you hear us?
I might have stepped away from the computer.
Chris got that suggestion. If you were able to take a break, maybe that could give him a few minutes to get his mic working.
Yeah, let's do that. I'd like to, that is another one of the butters, if I understand. So I'd like to be able to hear from him if it's possible. So usually I like to take a break at 8 o'clock for our mighty interpreters who are working so hard, and it's 8:20. So I'd like to take a brief break of just 5 minutes because we have so many things on the agenda tonight, just to give everyone a moment to stretch, and hopefully we can get him up and able to speak. So we'll break for just 5 minutes and we'll be back at 8:25. Thank you. we're going to reconvene now. I even gave everybody an extra 2 minutes.
So generous.
Yes.
I must say.
So, it looks like, is it Mr. Bomber? Is that the name?
Bomber.
Bomer, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Bomer has dropped from the meeting, and so if he's somehow watching, I would encourage him to try to call in. The number to access the Zoom meeting is right at the top of the agenda, and I'm assuming he had access to that because he was able to get into the Zoom meeting.
I sent it to him this morning.
You sent it to me this morning? Okay, so, but absent him commenting or calling in, unless we've got any other comments from the public, which I don't see any, I think at this time I would take any final discussion of the board on this item and where we want to go next. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to vote in favor of the recommended alternative because it is so necessary. And after hearing from Sue and from Molly and from V-Trans, I'm feeling more comfortable that a resolution can be found that meets the needs of the abutters and the town of Brattleboro.
Thank you very much, Liz. Other board members, thoughts?
Go ahead.
I'll just tie a bow on my comment because I was concerned about the question around the arch, and it does sound like the B gives more flood resiliency, and I would value that over aesthetics, unfortunately. It's not like it's a really nice bridge now. So, I mean,
yeah, I think that was the point with the 91, that it was this really special location.
Absolutely.
And this not necessarily.
Well, it's an important location, obviously, but it's just that I'm not sure how much more gorgeous an arch would be in this situation.
Jess?
Yeah, I'm also in support of it. I think while we have some less expensive alternatives, and I think that it's the best thing to do for future generations of folks in Brattleboro to give them the best possible bridge for the best possible number of generations that it will last. And this one seems to serve not just climate resiliency, but also use 100-year life, it says on this matrix. That's pretty good.
Great. Thank you very much, Jess. Okay. If there isn't any, I echo the points of my other fellow board members. I'm grateful to have had an opportunity to speak with Gary a little bit about some of the issues that have been brought up, and I'm excited that we'll be able to continue to have that dialogue and be able to address some of those concerns and make sure that everyone's voice is heard, and that we can make a decision on this element first. Without having to determine those things at this meeting. Liz?
And one more thought, just that the temporary bridge is absolutely necessary and the rerouting is just out of the question.
Yeah, I know. I guess we haven't spoken to that much. It was a big part of the September meeting, but I think with staff's recommendations and just the incredible impact doing a one-way on, yeah.
And public safety.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If there isn't any further comment from the board, I would look for a motion. Liz.
I move to endorse alternative 4B, full bridge replacement with a conventional bridge and traffic maintained on a temporary bridge.
Liz has made a motion to endorse alternative 4B. The full bridge replacement with a conventional bridge and a traffic maintained on a temporary bridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much. And I would encourage the Smiths to be really in contact with us as we move forward with this, as the next phases come. And now that we've given this first step to the state, hopefully they are going to come back and do this footwork that they said they're going to. So, but you've got our emails, our phone numbers are on the website. So please, we'll also be contacting you too as this moves forward. So
And Mr. Baumann.
And yes, of course, all the abutters who are impacted by this. So, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to new business. And the first agenda item under new business is downtown safety discussion. So I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce this item. So the one of the board members, Tim Wessel, requested that an item be put on the agenda for a discussion of the board on policy decisions and opportunity for the for the public to speak on downtown safety and the current situation in the downtown. In the previous meeting, interim town manager Moreland spoke to two items that have been sort of floating around this discussion, which are cameras, both in the transportation center and also cameras, just generally speaking, in the downtown, and also a substation, a police substation for being put into one of the empty units in the transportation center that are currently vacant. So those two items Patrick spoke to in the last meeting during his town manager comments, that those are going to be things that staff are looking into now and are going to come back to us with further recommendations after they've done more of the legwork. So while I'm happy to hear and have a discussion from the board on those two items tonight, if you want to provide additional clarity on those policy positions, we have heard from the town that they need some time to provide us with some more detailed information. So besides that, I was happy to put this on the agenda with Daniel as the agenda setting committee to allow for some more fruitful discussion. I kind of pass it to Tim now, who was the one who requested it, to let us kind of know what he's thinking.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
So a little bit of peeling back our process, I think it was important, and thank you to leadership for acquiescing to a little bit of pressure from me. I think that what happens sometimes is there is a very ongoing, long-term, active discussion in our community about a lot of concerns, and I just want to amend it a little bit, not just downtown.
Okay.
It's also about neighborhoods. It's also about where people live. People live downtown. People live away from downtown. West Brattleboro, everywhere in Brattleboro, and indeed surrounding communities sometimes. But peeling back the process a little bit, I was becoming increasingly concerned that when nothing appears on our agenda, it's very easy to get the idea that we don't want to talk about it because, if we leave public concerns totally meeting after meeting to land in public comment, we really can't talk about public comment. We can't have a back and forth dialogue. So basically I was pushing a little bit to start the conversation about multiple concerns. And it's really a way for us to gauge what are people's concerns, hopefully the press is here and they will indicate that the conversation is starting. That will get other people into the conversation. And then when we do have some help from staff on those items that you mentioned, we'll be able to have a more robust conversation, sort of looking at everything and how they might relate to one another. So that's kind of was I understand the idea that we don't have a lot to present tonight, but any comments that we get tonight and even board comments can start to shape priorities and directions. So that's why I wanted to have the moment. And really, I don't want to say too much. I do want to just sort of get my little statement out. There's a lot of concern in our community about what's perceived to be, and we don't have data yet, but what's perceived to be an uptick on small theft, petty crime, vandalism, whatever term you want to use. I think, there's a lot of causes that, we're feeling a lot of residual effect from the pandemic, I think, on a lot of different levels. There is an uptick in issues with drugs in our community, just like every single community in the United States, and often an uptick in petty crime can be parallel along with feeding addiction and looking for a quick way to make a buck. And it's not necessarily driven by bad people, you know, it's driven by people who are really in need of help, and they don't have access to resources, so they're making poor choices, I would say. I believe there's a role in personal responsibility to be played in, you know, when you commit a crime. But there's also a role that we have to play in sort of discussing, well, why is this happening? And how do we compare to other communities? I think is a really important thing to wrap our brains around, even other communities in Vermont. So, you know, I'm talking about, there's events that we all have heard about, a destruction of beloved flowers that are very important to all of us, because they're more than just, you know, like things in the ground. They are sort of emblematic of our pride in our community. So they're important on a lot of different levels. How do we address that? There's also a lot of public but isolated communities that are dealing with various effects of crime. Luckily for us, most of it is what I would call petty crimes of opportunity. You know, I come originally from New Jersey, so often when people say my car was broken into, my mind goes to smash and grab type thing. Around here, the tradition of broken into is just trying door handles more commonly, although I understand that it's not always the case. And then it happened to us more than once in our driveway. My wife's car was gone through for loose change, etc. So there's a whole range of incidents, and there's nothing wrong with us taking it up as a board. Thank you for your patience, because it's a large meeting. So we'll probably, you know, or our chair will probably put a little bit of limit on the extent of the conversation tonight. You know, I might have a question for Chief of Police. I see that she's here. So I don't know how you want to follow beyond my little
Yeah, I think
spiel
I'll
here.
see if the other board members want to speak to this item now. If you have a question for the chief, then we could entertain that. And then if I understand the request for the agenda item, we'd also like to hear from community members if they have thoughts and to move from there.
Probably a few that we've already heard from in previous meetings, but it's just, this is this space where we can hear a refined version or shortened version even maybe, because I see a couple faces that I know may want to speak, but also just want to hear that we are looking at it and we're on it. Chief Howard, I'm sorry, Chief Hardy is here, so I do have a couple questions, and do you want to come up, or? Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm doing your job for you.
No, it's okay.
Thanks for coming by for us. It's hard for me sometimes to not kick back into chair mode, so I just apologize for that. I just thought it would be really helpful for our community to hear a little bit about, I mean, one of the main things that I hear a lot about is why can't we get more officers on foot patrol? Like that's a concern that a lot of people think would help in a lot of ways. And we had a little conversation about it, a couple small conversations about it. So I'm just curious if you want to just give us an update. We've heard in the past about a fair amount of, as all PDs are struggling with some staffing issues. So I just thought you could give us a state of that concern to you and how that affects things like as simple as foot patrols.
Foot patrol?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. So that has come up about the foot patrol, having more officers on foot patrol, which I would love to have more officers on foot patrol. It's not something that we can really dedicate the staff that I have right now to. Right now, my department handles upwards of 900 calls a month. with the limited staff that I have. And my officers are running probably 80 to 120 calls a month per officer. So that being said, to have someone that leaves their car at one position in town to be able to walk like downtown, which we do have that whenever we have a free officer to go downtown, and be able to make it back to their vehicle if another officer calls for help, or to handle some of the many calls that are coming in over the radio, we have to prioritize. And having to prioritize, we have to have the officers able to move quickly. So.
Absolutely. Okay. Jesse.
Just a further comment on that. Every month I read your reports from the department dedicatedly. And in the reports are line by line every single call that you respond to. And it absolutely breaks my heart how much, how many incidents your officers are responding to where folks are in physical danger.
Yes.
Where there is harm that can happen to a human being, a human body. And I appreciate your prioritization when you think about property security versus the real need that there is in town to address physical human being safety. So I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate that. And speaking with, and I've spoken with other members on these subjects as they come around, and that is a major thing, right? Especially right now, we're seeing a lot of our calls have been either people who want to harm others or harm themselves, and I think a lot of it goes back to people just coming back out into society, so to speak, from being sequestered and being alone, people that have lost family members that are just generally depressed. Those kind of calls we get quite often, and I'm fortunate. I always say that Brattleboro is very fortunate to have the department that they have because of the fact that they live here. My officers are part of the community, and I can tell you numerous times I've sat and heard calls come over the radio where people have asked for a specific officer to come and respond to them. And I don't know how often that happens in other towns or areas, but it happens quite often in Brattleboro. Yes.
I had the pleasure of having a ride along with the Brattleboro Police Department 2 weeks ago, I think. And it was very illuminating. And I know some of my fellow select board members have taken that opportunity, and I would encourage us all. Because you see, as Jessica identified, a priority of crimes, and of course physical crimes, crimes against children, crimes against vulnerable population. And then you understand, the very narrow amount of police officers there are to respond. And also you see the kind of, the opioid problems that they're so frustrating for the entire community to deal with. But I also found officers who are really committed to the community and know all the characters and put us select board members to shame because they say, well, of course you know so-and-so and their problems. And I'm like, well, no. So, God bless them because they do know. They do take the time to treat the residents of Brattleboro as individuals, and allows them to really be responsible to all the people of Brattleboro, and have a deep commitment not only to the people of Brattleboro but to the Constitution, defeat everybody fairly. And I was really impressed by the dedication of the officers. But at the same time, I understood, their scheduling and lack of vacations and what all that means to the psychology of policing. And so I would just encourage us all to understand that our issues with crime in town are being addressed as best they can at this time, and that we need the support. We need to support our police department because, I think they're doing a good job, and I think that there is real movement on getting new officers to town.
Yeah,
Could you just remind us, Chief, how long does it take to bring a new officer on board from the time you interview and offer the position to the time they can actually be on beat?
Way too long. No. That's one of the issues, because once you find someone that you do want to bring on board for the department and accept the fact that you want that person, to get them into an academy, full-time academy is only twice a year. So once you get them in the academy, they're in the academy for 20 weeks. Then when they come out, they still have to do field training with us, and they still have to pass all of the field training before they're even allowed to be a police officer with Brattleboro PD, which is another 12 weeks. So it can take up to a year just to have an officer that's ready to come out and go on patrol with the department. And some of those things to combat that we're doing are, they do have like smaller class, like class 2s. They have those about 3 times a year. So what we try to do is if we have someone that we want to bring onto the department, we will see if we can put them in a part-time class. So that way they can come and start their training with us early. It helps that because we can see if they are a good candidate for the department before we invest the time and money into sending them into the full-time. And it also keeps the person wanting to be a part of the department so they're not sitting at home waiting for a class to start.
Yeah, I have one quick question, and then I'd be happy to hear from the public some. Chief, can you speak at all? And I know we just sort of asked you some questions here, but can you speak at all to the level of crime in the downtown currently compared to like historical numbers or to just trends in the past? One of the things that I've kind of reflected on when thinking about this agenda item and also just from hearing from community members is that there are a lot of factors at the moment. Like we've kind of reopened as the pandemic wanes. We kind of have an almost normal summer and we haven't had one of those in multiple years. And so I'm kind of curious, is there a way that you can speak to that, or is it too difficult of a question without diving into it more?
Well, because of my conversations with members of the community and of the business community, I've met with Mr. DeGray a couple of occasions and spoken to, I go and I speak with the club executive director by the transportation center. I go to the transportation center and I walk around there myself. So I just thinking about some things I could speak on, and I did do some research for numbers because I wanted to see exactly how the numbers fared for 2022. And I'll tell you that I bounced around a few years to see if there were any patterns, and there really aren't any set patterns in numbers. But I will tell you that hold up, I wrote it all out. Okay, so if you talk about burglaries, because that's the one that we're dealing with a lot for downtown area. If you talk about burglaries, in business, in 2016, we had 14 reported business burglaries, and we had 48 reported residential burglaries. In 2017, we had 34, building and 49 residential. In 2019, we had 21 business and 26 residential. In 2020, 26 business and 37 residential. So if you see, the numbers are staying kind of close to each other throughout those years. But what I find interesting is in 2021, we only have 8 business burglary reported. But in 2021, we also have only 5 residential reported burglaries. So, and in 2022, we have 8 residential, but we have 22 business so far to date. So what I'm thinking about with 21 and 22 with the residential is, this is my, just from what I know, I think because of the pandemic and especially after 2020, when people started to stay home more and people were working more from home instead of going out to business, to their jobs. So therefore you have people that are at the residence. And I think that was a factor in seeing less residential burglaries, because people were home during the daytime, which is where we see some of the residential burglaries happen. Usually we see residential burglaries, from what I've gathered in this short amount of time, is that the residential burglaries are crimes of opportunity when someone's out or when someone's on vacation. Those seem to be the usual, or away from their home, or if it's a second home, like a summer home for people. So they're left unattended. So during that time of the end of 20 into 21 and into this year, with more people working from home, I think that's that factor. I also see that in 22, with us having so many of the business reported burglaries and break-ins, what I'm starting to see also is an influx of people that are not from Brattleboro that have come in, and some of them, like a perfect example is we had a robbery at a gas station, and the individual, we actually caught that individual, and that individual was not from Brattleboro. That individual came to Brattleboro to receive other services, received those services, and decided to stay in Brattleboro. But of course now the person's here with no home, no job, and an addiction. So you have to support that. So, and this is his own words. He's decided, well, that looks like a good place to rob. And that's what he did, and that's just the reality. And I think too, I don't mind at all coming and speaking at these forums, because I think what happens a lot, what I find in Brattleboro is that residents of Brattleboro sometimes are not aware of everything that goes on in Brattleboro. So it's only when something big happens and then everyone comes out in numbers and uproars. But, these are things that we see every day. And especially when you're talking about citizens and members of the community that come to us for help. And I also think too, when you see that drop in some of the residential problems, especially this year, I've been here almost a year. The end of the month will be a year. And what I see, because I meet with a lot of communities, I meet with a bunch of community members, not so much leaders, but members. Whoever wants to come talk to me can come talk to me. And what I find is right now I have about 5 active community groups that they want to have their own neighborhood watch. And they've asked how can they do that? And what I try to do now, especially these days, is you don't need to have a neighborhood watch like the old days where people are walking and they got the flashlight and they got the radio, they got the phone. We have so many other things that are available. And I think too, with numbers, is safety. And also you have a lot of ways electronically that, we tell everyone in town. Brattleboro Police Department has joined Ring Neighborhood. So Ring Neighborhood, you can go on any safety camera. It doesn't have to be Ring. And you are able to join Ring Neighborhood, and you can talk about things with people in your community that are happening. And you can also upload video and send it directly to the police department. So that way you can do that safely. I would like to tell especially our elderly community members who are worthy that they can do that. We have established lines that we just changed some of the numbers for direct lines for our detectives. So they will be putting those up soon. And we also have a report line that you can call and stay anonymous on to tell us tips and stuff like that. So those are a lot of things that we've put into place, or things that were already in place and we've just upgraded on it. You know, so I think that hopefully we'll be able to start to see these numbers even diminish even more. And of course, I know that the topic of downtown, the topic of cameras, you know, I believe we should have cameras. I could never venture to guess how many cameras we should have. I would not do that. But I will say that I agree with the thought process of cameras, but I also want to make it very clear that cameras, I don't want everybody to feel that that'll be the answer. And that'll be everything that saves the downtown area and saves the businesses, you know, because cameras are good, but you have to have them with other acts and other thought processes and other deterrents, because they're not always deterrents.
Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate the response. And I also, you know, I guess I have to speak a little bit for Daniel because he's not here. But the data I think is really important for us to continue to consider. I really thank you for bringing that information to the board tonight. I think that as we continue this conversation, because it's going to be a continuing conversation, that we keep our heads in the numbers, and we hear from the community. But as we I think we can all appreciate that the town is really aware of this problem, and obviously are currently taking steps in that. There are things that we can potentially implement in the future that could help to keep those numbers down. I think board members, other questions or the other thing I wanted to make that I maybe didn't make clear in introducing this is that if there's any other policy consideration for the for Patrick to write down for consideration, I think that this would be a really appropriate time and to sort of bounce it around to see if there's anything to sort of polish it before we see if the town manager could consider it and put some work into it. Yeah, Jess.
Yeah, two things that I would love to think about and consider. One of them, Dora Bublis actually brought it up when she was here and we had some public comment about downtown safety, which was activating the space in a positive way. We've got that empty space at the bottom of the parking garage. Positive activation of space in areas that are facing challenges or conflict. It's a really great way to humanize folks, bring people together, and provide constructive hands-on activities folks can do rather than getting into trouble. So I think for me, investigating, what sort of use that space could have is really important as part of this safety conversation. And like a laundromat.
You said it.
And the other piece is I really like the idea of this ring neighborhood, which actually empowers individuals in some ways to take action. And I wonder if there is some mechanism or mini grant program where the town can really help empower businesses in problem areas to participate in some of this problem solving themselves, since we are limited on specifically having officers to attend to every walking around downtown or whatever. So I'm curious if there is a way that we can come up with a few opportunities for businesses to or individuals to take action themselves. Certainly with an eye to making sure we're not policing each other in a biased way, but just being able to have the tools that might help.
Yeah. Liz?
Well, I would like Patrick to write down continuing investigation of a substation in the transportation center. I think transportation center is a underutilized tool that the town has, or an asset. And I think it ties in nicely with the bus station and you know, kind of meeting people where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, I think we've got that on the list. So, but put a little star next to it, Patrick.
It's currently number 1 and number 3.
Okay, great. So any thoughts or
Yeah, I have 2 more, but I think maybe we should just open it up.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, if there are community members that wish to speak on this, it's pretty broad at the moment. So, but I've got a hand here, but we'll take someone from the. So just state your name and.
I'm Michelle Simpson. I'm the Executive Director at the Boys and Girls Club in Brattleboro and also a board member of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. I just wanted to thank Chief Hardy for her dedication, and there have been a lot of officers who have come down into the club to say hi, meet with the kids, walk down to the transportation center. The select board, I know you guys have heard from me a few times about safety issues, particularly on Flat Street, although that's my executive director hat as a board member of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Of course, I'm interested in the entire DID and here in both of those capacities. I wanted to just also echo what you said about what the chair said about data and numbers. When I talk about safety issues downtown, talk about it's a youth corridor between New England Youth Theater, the club around the corner is River Gallery School. We have kids all up and down Flat Street all the time. Often people will say, well, what's your solution? What do you think we should do? You know we can't arrest our way out of people's addiction. And it's really interesting how that gets flipped and sort of like somehow I'm asking for help and asking for help on behalf of downtown community members and business owners, and the question gets flipped somehow. I just find that very interesting. There are people who are experts in law enforcement, in social services, in drug addiction, and they work here in this community. And I think that's some data that we should be looking at. What are the outcomes? How many people are being rehomed? How many people are being rehabilitated and actually detoxing and off drugs? Those systems need to be held accountable as well as we're looking at data. I really just cannot communicate enough that people suffering from drug addiction are being victimized by criminals. And there's real criminal activity going on constantly. And I am on Flat Street, I see it every day. I drive down Route 5 past the Quality Inn, I see it every day there too. And then I work on Flat Street every day and I see it constantly. The snow block and the transportation center in particular, very, very visibly. The police department is very responsive to our concerns, but as you have already heard, there's a priority issue. So I really am just here again pleading with, it is not up to the community members to come up with solutions for these issues. I really need to put it on law enforcement. I need to put it on our social services in town. What are their outcomes? What are their deliverables? I'd like to see their data at how things are working or not working. And just a really quick story, a little history. I think it was 6 years ago, maybe 7, when I was board chair of the Downtown Alliance. I was working with Chief Fitzgerald and with Josh Davis, who was and still is the executive director at Groundworks. And the business community had come to us with such concerns. The business owners would not come to select board meetings because they didn't want their businesses to be targeted for being uncompassionate or non-compassionate. So they asked the Downtown Alliance to please be a voice. They had people, human feces in their doorway in the morning when they went to open up their shops. They were getting consistent complaints from customers who said, yeah, cute town, cute shop, I'll never be back. I had 10 people, approach me panhandling. So at that time, 6 or 7 years ago, Groundworks, the Downtown Alliance, and the police department came together just to simply try to figure out what can we do to address the panhandling issue. We came up with a solution that never made it out of this room. The solution was, let's just educate people. Let's just give people the facts and allow people to make up their own minds about whether or not they would like to give or not give if someone approaches them. And really to just, like I said, give people the actual information about panhandling. So we came up with a flyer explaining that it's free speech. You can go up to somebody and ask them for money. It's completely legal to do that. And really outlining why that is, what that meant. And then we proceeded to also have on the sign that it is illegal to approach someone for money if you are getting in and out of your car or if you're at an ATM. That's all the sign said. That was it. And then I think at the bottom it said, if you'd like, you can also contribute to Groundworks. You don't have to give money on the street. But we weren't trying to sway people either way, just giving them the facts, just giving them the information. And even something like that, one step we couldn't even get that to move forward. And now, again, I don't think the situation in town has really greatly improved from my view, from what I have seen. And again, my role, what I do is I run the Boys and Girls Club. I offer enrichment programming. I create a safe place for kids. That's my role. I also am a parent and I'm raising 2 citizens. That's what I'm doing. It is not up to me or other community members to solve this problem. We can help be a part of the solution, but we really need strong leadership from people who are experts in these fields. And I would say Chief Hardy is definitely an expert, and I think that we just need to continue to listen. And again, also look at the numbers, look at the data. Town money goes towards lots of social services, including the Boys and Girls Club. We're very grateful for that. And if you asked me how many members I serve, how many meals I serve, how many kids graduate high school, what kind of grades do they get, I can provide you with that kind of data. And I think all other organizations need to be held accountable too. And so that's really all I need to say. Thank you so much for listening again. I feel like I just keep saying the same thing over and over, but thank you. Thank you to Chief Hardy, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Board members want to speak to that at all, or kind of continue? I really appreciate.
I'd like to speak. You too.
If you want to wait a second.
I thought you were writing.
Nope. I'm gonna look to board members first, and then I'm actually gonna look to online next before we take somebody from the room. But you're next. Yeah, right after that. Yes, for sure. But if there isn't any.
I'd like to just continue hearing from folks.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. I see we have a hand here. Yes.
So we have Gary Stroud.
Good evening again, everyone. I guess the first thing I'd like to say is to thank Chief Hardy and her team of officers that guard our citadels for their timeless, endless, tireless, effortless, in some cases, thankless job that they do. I also like to say that I am out there myself in the thick of it and in the belly. I commute and commune and help out a lot of people downtown that have to get, rather than waiting for agencies to do things and for the state and for the government to jump in to take them to the economic services, or they need a place to go stay at the hotel. I'm about action rather than waiting. I was reading this passage one day I just sat there and just pondering what else can be done in our community and hearing all the people what they were saying. And this little caption came up to me from author Jenny Albert's advisors. When someone is broken, don't try to fix them. You can't. When someone is hurting, don't attempt to take away the pain. You can't. Instead, love them by walking beside them in the hurt. You can. Because sometimes what people need is simply to know they aren't alone. That hit me, because we can raise anger fists and sit here and collaborate, but the only solution is going directly to that individual and ask, what can I do? What is it that you need? How can I help you to get you to a place that you need to be? What agencies? And take them there personally myself. As we know, funding is low. As we know, a lot of the places are, there's not too many people that are working nowadays in these agencies. So what can we do as a community rather than waiting for other people to do it for us, is taking that human factor that we are ourselves. If that was a family member, a friend, co-worker, do I stand there and condemn them, or do I do something about it? And showing that love, which is the most powerful thing, because that could be anybody. Because I can tell you one thing, drugs don't discriminate. Homelessness doesn't discriminate. None of this stuff. It could be anyone. So the answer to the solution is to get out there and do something to make it happen, and go to these resource places, go to the doors, bring them there directly, to the economic services, to the turning points, to groundworks. There's a lot of network, there's a lot of connections. I'm talking with Chief Hardy, other officers, this person needs help. You have to learn to discern and how to assimilate the situation to try to get the right solution. Because the longer we wait for agencies, the longer we wait for government, funds, all this, it's gonna get worse. I'm from New York, I've seen it. I don't wanna see that go through this town and have anyone else go through the same thing. So that being said, I just wanna thank you, and just remember, we're family.
Thank you very much, Gary. Sorry about I just like to keep the back and forth so that people on Zoom are also being prioritized.
Hi, I'm Russ Graybeck from Brattleboro. I'm apologizing for this meeting being extended even longer by my little point. We had an issue, something happened at the parade, the 4th of July parade, that wasn't really recorded, but it was the appearance suddenly at the start of the parade of a naked guy with maple syrup, painted red, I guess, walking slowly counter to the parade. And if I had it to do over again, I would have gone out there and dragged him off and pushed him into a corner. He was trying to make his First Amendment speech and showing off, and it wasn't much to look at, but he he was traumatizing. The parade is a family affair. Children were all over the place looking at this with open mouths, and nobody could do anything but scream at him. And I know the answer to why nothing could be done. We don't have a regulation, and we don't have a law against something like this. And I know we have weird Brattleboro, to be proud of. We exercise our rights to free speech, but that went beyond free speech, and that shouldn't have happened. Chief Hardy has no ability to control that because we don't have a law against that. Could you consider something that could be done about this in the future?
Yeah, I'll have Patrick speak to that.
Yeah, hi. Matter of fact, we do. We have a public nudity ordinance. I think it's in chapter 13, miscellaneous offenses. I was at the parade, like a lot of people. I didn't happen to see the person. I know, given what was going on in the downtown on that particular day, Chief Hardy and her officers were focused on public safety. there were thousands of additional people in town and strange trucks and vehicles driving up at unusual speeds, and the possibility of having a vehicle and a pedestrian interaction was pretty high that day. So the chief's concentration at that moment in time, I believe, was appropriately on public safety and keeping the safety of the people in the downtown
Yes.
a priority. But I did want to let you know, there is a public nudity ordinance.
Well, the next time it happens, I'll think a little more quickly, and I might help out.
But if I may, that ordinance is a civil ordinance.
Yeah, it's not a criminal. That's correct.
So I think that should be, I think the more the public knows, then it's a little easier to deal with. That ordinance, I read it this morning, and it's a civil ordinance. It's like $100 fine, which will be waived to $50. And, as Patrick stated, with everything that was going on that day and all of the people that were coming into town, we had to make the decision that the 1,000 or so people that were here were our priority and keeping everyone safe. And I stand by that decision today and every day, particularly when you look at what happened in Illinois yesterday. So I stand by what we were doing as far as, keeping our eye out for these kind of things. But I firmly feel that the individual was making a statement, but I firmly feel that had we accosted that individual, that there would have been a problem, and my officers would have not been painted in the best light, and we would have probably been on video having to address this individual and deal with them. I feel that would have all happened if we would have went up to that individual. Yeah.
You did a great job.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, thank you very much for your comments. Did you want to speak more to it?
I think the chief kind of just made my point.
Okay.
I just wanted people to weigh the fact that I know that moment of free speech that was happening there was designed to provoke something, and it was being filmed independently, and they were looking to provoke something. So that was a decision that you had to make, and your officers had to make, and I don't think we as a board should make those calls. Because,
we do not. Yeah.
So I support free speech. I think it went over the line, but how do you react is very important in those situations. So.
Jess, did you have your hand up? Or?
Yeah, it actually it raises a question for me about something that was in the long ago community safety review, which is community trainings for de-escalation of situations like that. Brattleboro is a great protest town, and sometimes those protests may affect or traumatize or frighten people a lot. And I feel pretty strongly like community de-escalation tactics could have worked very well to help individuals engaging in the exercise of their free speech and public displays of protest, to really understand the impact that they're having, maybe unintentionally, on folks. So I wanted to put it out there if you've given any thought to that little item on the community safety review recommendations, and how you might feel about community de-escalation training.
I think it's as I give thought to many things on there, but one of those I've always been a proponent of that. Not only just for the community to have these to know these times of how to deal with these situations and to deal with us on a level that if we're approached. I think that what I find is more and more people are starting to kind of within the community, I'll speak for, because we have people that come from other communities that come into Brattleboro that don't really have the same mindsets and are not as easy to talk to and to deal with and try the de-escalation tactics that we have, and also to exercise them themselves. because the perfect example was this that happened at the parade, because it was not only that the fact that, you know, I felt like this individual wanted attention, he wanted some attention from us that he didn't get, but I also had to de-escalate other parade bystanders that were angry and wanted to go and, you know, do a lot worse than just push him down. All right, and I went and I spoke with those individuals, you know, and so when some of the individuals were highly agitated and speaking to me, they were speaking to me in an agitated way because they wanted us to have a reaction. And once I was able to talk to them and explain to them, like I just did tonight, what my thought process on was the whole thing, I found that a lot of them were able to just like calm down. You know, they were not happy about it, but they understood why it was at that, you know, what was decided. And I think more and more of the interactions with the public are necessary. And these kind of forums have the public come in and tell you what they're angry about and maybe explain to them what's going on. Because I think a lot of times nobody really has a thought beyond their anger, you know. So I think that this is a perfect example of a way to do that and educate the community and de-escalation tactics with us also. Because we have to practice de-escalation, we have to train for it, we have to learn it, but this is the simplest thing is just that you can be angry and still be respectful, you can still de-escalate a situation, and I think that's something for the public to know also.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take more community members. Dick, I saw your hand up. I'm looking at the clock. It's 9:25. I think if we can have an eye towards 9:45 for concluding this. For now, obviously, this is just a beginning of a conversation, but just keeping an eye on the rest of the agenda items. But Dick, you want to join us?
Kind of getting off track, but I was on the board in 2007 when we made that ordinance, right, Bobby? And when you look at things that board do, some of the actions they take, you get by what you can get by. It's kind of what just happened with our gun legislation down in Washington. Because I think the board should revisit that ordinance and increase the civil penalty. Now, if that gentleman wanted to walk down the street naked, then make him pay a price for it. And $25 or $50 is a joke in reality.
$100 with a $50 waiver.
And to me, that's not even, that's tip money. And so, if you want to do that at a public event, go for it. But there is a penalty to pay for that. He wasn't making a speech, wasn't standing there saying, I believe this or I believe that. And so when we have ordinances in place, goes back to what's going on downtown, which our conversation kind of got sidetracked. We have ordinances in place that aren't being enforced. So, and that's the board's decision that makes that policy. Now, we have a policy where you're not supposed to sleep on municipal property, and yet we don't enforce that. And so we've had someone living in the transportation center, or when they were sleeping in the parks a few years ago, the board kind of turned a blind eye to that because of housing or whatever reason the board did, and we weren't enforcing ordinances that we have at our disposal, which goes to other issues that we have, and that's what happens. We have a conversation, and I know that HCRS, I've had a conversation with the chief, that creates problems for our police department, tying up their officers, and when you don't have officers to tie up, it's a huge problem. And I can't solve that problem, and I don't think you can solve the problem, but we have legislators that don't solve the problem up in Montpelier. And that's one of the problems that we have. Now Patrick, Ian, you said earlier in the meeting when Patrick talked a couple of weeks ago about the substation and replacing the cameras in the transportation center. I don't believe that Patrick mentioned cameras in any other area in the downtown, so Patrick, did you mention putting cameras in other places downtown? I don't think I heard that.
I want to correct, I don't know, correct myself, correct you, correct Patrick, correct somebody. I more meant a discussion about cameras in the downtown, but there's really specific discussions about cameras in the transportation center. But it was kind of more of a general discussion about that. That's more of what I meant.
I don't know if this board supports having cameras.
I don't either. I think that
Which is one of my questions here. Do you individually, yes or no, support cameras? I mean, you must, because you vote for them to have them in, we have them up at the parks, we have them here. So you have to authorize that. So is it only in specific places that you support cameras?
This is exactly the reason why I would like my fellow board members to have material to review when it comes to this kind of question. I guess you can ask them about, just generally speaking, about cameras and about surveillance as a policy, as a feeling. But to make a specific policy decision about cameras in any location, I want them to have the right to review real detailed information about what we're actually considering before they make a call on it.
Mr. Chairman, I asked you over a month ago to put cameras on the agenda. This is a safety thing. And so you've had 5 weeks, 6 weeks to gather some of the information that the chief brought. You actually asked me in an email or a text, have I had any conversations, or I should have conversations, which I have. I've spoken to Chief Hardy. I mean, she's my second cousin. I've spoken to her so much. And I enjoy her company and I enjoy her insight. And we have a better understanding about the concerns that we both have for the community. And I'm not looking for anybody who thinks I'm looking for cameras to protect my flowers. My flowers are the least of my concerns. When you talk about 22 businesses being broken into, that's a huge concern. And yet, I don't hear things coming from the board. And Tim made a comment, says, well, just because you don't hear it doesn't mean that there's no action going on. But every now and then you got to throw some bait in the water to let people know that we are aware of what's going on. We have things in place that we're working on. I haven't heard anything from the board to say, well, maybe we're going to look at increased lighting, increase the lighting wattage downtown so it lights it up. We have one of the darkest downtowns. I'm on the street at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I know when the chief talks about the underbelly of our community, I see it on a nightly basis for several months. And not all those people are bad just because you're out at 3 o'clock in the morning. I used to do that. And I wasn't getting in trouble, but I was out. And not all the people I see are getting in trouble. But some people, I used to not be nervous when I'm going out. I'm a little nervous now. Yet nothing has happened to me yet. But when I'm talking about surveillance cameras, I know that's not the end-all be-all. I'm the first one to say that. But I know that I looked up at Burlington today. They have cameras, and you can go online and watch what's going on Church Street. Other places have cameras, and they may prevent crime. They might certainly help you to solve it. And yet, we're not doing anything, and the business community is going, what's going on? What's going on? And we keep blaming COVID. We've been out of COVID. In reality, we got out of our masks. People have been out for over a year. They've been out on the street. Some people continue to wear masks. They're always going to do that. So I can't keep going back and saying it's COVID's fault. It's COVID's fault. And I know we have a shortage of police officers, but what's another alternative plan for us? Michelle said it's not our job to solve it. But look to us, or look and say, what do you think we can do? Or what should we be doing? And I hope that you people come up with ideas. We voted for you to solve this problem. This is a huge problem, and it didn't start 6 months ago. It's been going on for a long, long time.
Yeah, okay. I thank you, Dick. Tim.
And one last thing I would say, please, is I hope that when we conclude here, that you have some sort of a timetable that this conversation continues and we start coming back and saying, we're gonna do this, we'd like to implement this, what do you think about this, whatever. But kicking the can down the road and making me feel good because you gave us a half hour here tonight is not the answer. So I hope that you, as the chair of the board, say, okay, we're done at 9:45. We'll put this on next to the agenda in 2 weeks to let the other people finish up who might not get an opportunity to talk. And then say, okay, by the end of August, we're gonna come up with some concrete ideas that we need to be doing. Because the crime is going on and all we're doing is looking at each other, taking up a lot of valuable oxygen.
I'll just finish what I was going to say. I think, it's also, first of all, we are having this conversation because I agree with a lot of what you just said, okay? That the conversation has to happen, but we also must get the read of our community, our constituents, before we move too fast in one direction. Say, if I tell you right now that I am 100% in favor of every place in Brattleboro having cameras, well, I don't believe that that's really going to help the situation alone, as you just said. And the problem we get into if we, as a board, take leadership on this and institute something, that's what went wrong, as Michelle described, because I was on that board that took up the sign issue, is our community came out and said, we don't like this. And it just got changed and tweaked, and everybody got completely exhausted, spending multiple meetings trying to come up with the proper way to say certain things. And then the original sign was not what they wanted it to be. Everybody was unhappy, and lots of time was spent because the board at that time didn't take the time to really read the community as they were trying to, or we did, you could argue, but that got torn apart. So if we all, 5-0, even if we had Daniel in favor of doing cameras, we don't yet have, the input from our police department to know where would they be most useful? How are they going to be monitored? How are people going to know there's cameras? Should there be signs saying you are under surveillance in this spot? It's not just like board, try something. We live.
I understand that. The question I want you to answer, Ian, and I had it in big letters, there's $300,000 at our disposal. $200,000 from last year that didn't get approved, and $100,000 as of July 1. What are the guidelines and rules for us to use that money?
Oh, you're talking about the community safety fund?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the guidelines. It's one of our goals for the select board, and we've had discussion, or we haven't had discussion, but I know that it's on the board's mind that we need to put that on the agenda soon to be able to establish exactly what the guidelines are for expending those funds, and it's absolutely a priority. It is a priority amongst all of the priorities that the board has. So I am thinking about that, and actually I'm thinking about those funds too when it comes to there's a lot of overlap with the neighborhood community sort of grassroots support that Chief was speaking to, using the term neighborhood watch, which I think is kind of an antiquated term, but more community groups who, work and support each other. There's a lot of discussion about that during community safety review, and I see a lot of overlap there. And I would be curious to see if there's ways that financially that could be supported to encourage either in training or other things. But I definitely hear you, and I think my thought is that my hope would be maybe that we have a subcommittee to establish those guidelines because of how busy the board is in establishing it. But that's just my personal opinion as the chair, and that's it. And then on the other thing is, Dick, I completely I appreciate your position. I appreciate you coming and speaking. I really meant when I spoke about what Patrick said. I've asked that these two issues of cameras and the substation downtown be thoroughly looked at by town staff and I've been told they need time to do that. And when they've got the material that they need to bring something substantial to the board for consideration, that I'm going to be really happy to put that on the agenda. I have a lot of respect for how busy town staff is on all the things that they do. And so I listen to them when they tell me they need the time. So I hear you. And I also agree with Tim that I'm not going to just move forward with something without that material and that background support, because I just it's not gonna be good policy.
I respect that.
Thank you. Absolutely. Liz has got her hand up first, and I don't see anybody on Zoom, so you will come on next. But Liz.
I just wanted to address a couple of things. First, I think that as we continue with this discussion, it's not solely a municipal issue, that we need to talk to the mental health providers. We need to talk to legislators. We need to have, broader community partners. And I wanted to relate a story that relates to Michelle's comment about the Boys and Girls Club and the signage, and that 4 years ago when I joined the select board, I looked into with Chief Fitzgerald this whole what Project CARE is, why it was established, and they had prepared a flyer, and I thought that the community, people in neighborhoods like mine really had no idea of the extent of the opioid problem, and also not just what the police was doing, but how the police had organized a lot of other elements, other providers into a network, which is what Project CARE is. And so they had this flyer, and I asked that it be sent with a cover letter from the police department to the residential population, I suppose the business as well. So a mailing to the town. And in that flyer was a description of the services that were available to people vulnerable people in the community who needed help. And that, in essence, was an answer to panhandling. And I thought it was important that it be distributed to the town, and it was. And so I just, these measures are what we can do to have a broader understanding of the issue. And I think, there may be something like that, but I think the more everyone in town knows, people are forming neighborhood groups and people are talking about it, the better. And, we can go back and work with all these entities, the police and HRS and the legislators to solve the problems as we've been asked to do. But I agree with Ian that we can't do it right now on the fly, that we need to have a concerted effort to understand the problem from the staff's point of view and to work with these other partners to come up with solutions that are Brattleboro specific.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Greg Wharton. We have a business downtown, and also I'm on the DBA board as well. Chief Hardy, board, Mr. Attorney. I really liked what Michelle told you tonight. She really outlined a lot of things that have been going on in her experience and outlined a lot of need. Chief Hardy, I was really heartened to hear about the Ring neighborhood. That in itself is cameras for the neighborhoods, basically, right? And something that, perhaps the downtown can tap into as well. Michelle mentioned I think at one point that the police need to be able to enforce the laws that are on the board, the different things. I mentioned, I think a couple weeks ago, on Oak Street, as a matter of fact, we have a community house school, and adjacent to the school is a house where drugs are sold daily, day and night. There are 4 signs, 2 in front of the school, 2 in front of the houses on the right side of the street, where people walk by daily and nightly to get their drugs. Nothing's done. It's sort of like, okay, hey, this is a drug-free zone. There's a school zone. Let's go right on and get our drugs. There needs to be a way for the police to enforce that signage, if that signage is going to mean anything. If it's not, take the signs down. I mean, there's no need to have signs that you can't enforce or you're not going to do anything about. I understand that you're short-staffed, and I appreciate the neighbors throughout, around different parts of town, who are asking police for support for people who appear at their windows at night or in their afternoons. And this Ring neighborhood may address part of that, hopefully. But again, when neighbors look at what they consider a neighborhood watch option, they've been talking about, again, walking up, down the streets at night and daytime, taking a little bit more notice for themselves to help with the police. It's not a matter of just taking it into their own hands completely, but it's working hand in hand with the community and the police, which used to be community policing. I'm sort of rambling, and I apologize for that. But I think, as Dick mentioned, we do need cameras, I believe, and I think I'm looking forward to hearing the staff report about where they might be placed. And again, it's not going to end anything or be the end of any crime or anything else, but it does at least give you an idea of who has done something, and whether or not anything can be done after that fact, at least you'll know who it was. Again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate the police work. I appreciate the firemen's work, obviously, all the time. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Okay, well, we've kind of gone to the end of our time now. Does the board have any other thoughts or want to sort of for the closing of this conversation now, or?
I just want to say one thing
Please.
to our chief.
Yes.
I think I can speak for the whole board, but who knows? If you feel at any time you are lacking resources that you need, because I know the staffing issue is going to take a little more time, but resources wise, I want to assure you that we have your back and your officers' backs, and you need to come to us and let us know, and don't feel like you are going to be turned down necessarily, because we fight about $500,000 in paying for bridges that we feel we shouldn't be paying for, but because it is a lot about money. That's our job, but we want to keep all of our community safe and protect those that are being taken advantage of by a lot of folks that you've mentioned and Greg has mentioned. So please keep in touch of, as far as whatever you need. That's kind of coming from me, because I can't really speak for the board, but
Thank you.
I'm sure
Thank
you feel it.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. Okay, well, I think then, obviously, there's more to be discussed here. I look forward to when town staff is ready to bring some of these ideas and maybe some of the other ones that have come up tonight when we're ready to bring them back up for another agenda item for the board to consider. We'll make sure that the public is aware of that. And with that, I just want to thank Chief, thank you so much for your time. I want to thank the community members who came out tonight to voice their experiences and feelings on this. This is it's an important part of my experience being on the board is actually hearing from community members and their lived experience in town. And so it's my hope that in hearing these experiences that we can incorporate them into our policy decision-making at every step. So, and I appreciate the patience, and I know how frustrating that can be with the speed or lack of speed that the town can move at. I understand that feeling. So I appreciate the patience, and I hear the frustration. So thank you very much. And with that, thank you. I think we can move on to the next agenda item, which is
Mural.
Yes. So this is the High Street Mural project approval or proposal, I guess would be the right way. I think Patrick's going to speak to this first.
Yeah, so the High Street Mural. I just learned about this not too long ago. I met Miss Jamie Moore, I believe that's how her name is pronounced, came into our office, and she had done quite a bit of work on behalf of the organization that she works with, Epsilon Spires, to plan for a coming art installation, and she needed permission from the town in order to take the necessary steps to implement that. There had been quite a bit of communication between Ms. Moore and various different town staff going back about a year, I would say, particularly with former Public Works Director Steve Barrett and with Zoning Administrator Brian Bannon and quite possibly others. But one of the things that she was fundamentally lacking in order to be able to implement the program was permission to make use and take possession of that public space. I let her know that the board typically makes those decisions, and that we had a functioning arts committee, and so there were a couple of steps that would need to take place between what I had come across and where we are today. Jamie was kind enough to put together some information. We forwarded that on to the Arts Committee. There's a memo in your board pack from a gentleman named Lars. I don't know his last name.
Hasselblad Torres.
Hasselblad Torres.
And so in his memo, what Lars is letting you know is that the Arts Committee has reviewed the project, and it certainly meets with their approval. They're recommending that the board authorize the project to proceed. And I know Jamie Moore's here if you wanted to ask her any questions.
Hi, Jamie. Welcome.
Hi. So I'm Jamie Moore. I'm the director of Epsilon Spires here in downtown Brattleboro, which is an arts nonprofit based in the former Baptist Church on Main Street. Patrick gave a good overview of the project. It's been over a year in developing this project. Over that time, myself and my grant writers have applied for about 5 grants. We've received 2. One from Vermont Natural Resources for the planning stage of, working with the community to find the right artist and to do this the right way so that the community feels involved with the project. And we've also been granted quite a substantial amount of money to complete the project from Vermont State's Better Places campaign, which only awards 1 project per town per year. So that was a pretty substantially competitive project, and our proposal was, given permission to move forward. For that, I basically have to raise 1/3 of the project cost, and then the state will pay the other 2/3. So that's basically like, once we have your permission, we can get started on the project timeline, which has been pretty well developed through the grant proposals, we basically made our plans, pretty concrete in order to secure those funds. So we're pretty ready to go. The artist for the project, one of them is here. It's going to be a very collaborative project between some of the Afghan refugees who have moved here, who were part of the Art Lords group, which is an internationally renowned public art collective that had made murals in not only Cable, they had made murals for the United Nations building in New York City, they had made murals in Europe. They will be working along with Calvin and Daniel, who run First Proof Press on Main Street, who are, incredibly talented local artists. So this will be transforming. Oh, I should talk about what wall it is. There's a lot of confusion about which wall. It's the High Street wall, the one directly below the Shriners, which is on the main artery between exit 2 coming off of 91 and downtown Brattleboro. Right now, the wall, if you've seen it or tried to unsee it, it's basically missing barbed wire. It looks pretty sad. And it gets hit with, amateur graffiti and swear words pretty regularly, and then the town has to ghost those out. So it's a highly visible wall that needs some help, needs some attention. It's a major visual greeting point to downtown for visitors. If they're coming off the highway right before they reach downtown, they're going to see this wall, and if it's welcoming, it will kind of give them a nicer introduction to when they hit the business district. So if anyone has any questions on which wall, because sometimes people get confused, is it the wall, but in the High Street parking lot? No, it's that big one that's curved with a stairwell. So we have this opportunity to take this extra funding and improve a municipal neglected space to be welcoming and to be something that the community can be proud of. And also kind of exemplary of, how our community is welcoming to other cultures and willing to collaborate for this cross-cultural, art piece. In order to really make sure that the community feels involved with the final art, it's not just me deciding, hey, this is good art, everyone should deal with it. I've already planned with a few different local businesses like Marketplace to have a community celebration where people can meet the artists and they can vote and give feedback on proposed designs before we execute the final designs. And I guess the crowdfunding piece too will also add an element of where businesses can be involved by either donating or amplifying our efforts to raise money, and then the state will give us the other 2/3. So anyway, that's the project, and any questions, I'm down.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Really appreciate it. I don't know whose hand was up first. I think
Jess.
Jess.
Oh, okay. I think it's really cool. I love that it involves our new community members. I love that it's being led by professional artists, which to me makes it a lot easier because there is no design for us to give a yes approval on. It gives me confidence that it's really about the process and the trust in the professionalism of the artist leading the project that we're able to say yes to, or we may be able to say yes to tonight. I don't know. I don't want to predict how my other fellow board members will vote. I was curious about two things. First, the wall that you're putting it on, is it in good shape? Is it ready to receive a mural? Is there anything that the town or Public Works needs to do to make sure the surface or the structure is ready to take a mural?
It does need to be power washed. That's about, like kind of a high power hose, just to get any debris or dirt or, things that might cling to the paint. But we're able to do that ourselves. I mean, that's not, I know folks that will lend me a power washer, so that's kind of a, But that's basically most of the prep we need. The wall that's directly under the Shriners around the corner, if we were to, that's not the wall we're working on, but if someone was to work on that wall, they would need it needs a lot more
Oh, yeah.
than a
Yeah.
power, a power wash would probably
That's
make it.
Yes, Patrick.
Just want to get that out there. It's the town doesn't believe that we own that wall. So
You just want to correct the record. So the really bad wall,
one
that's not ours. That's not ours.
just saying, I at this point in time, I don't think I want to make really clear that the mural shouldn't make its way around the corner and up the wall. I know there's no plans for that, but that's not our wall.
I think that might be Steve Times' wall, if he owns
Yeah.
the Shriners.
Although he might argue with that.
All right. Well, we're not even talking about that wall. So, Liz.
So my question is, maybe to Patrick, I was curious as to who owns the wall, and you say that the town owns the wall. So do we need to attest to the structural integrity of the wall before a mural gets put on it, or is it essentially a municipal crapshoot?
I'm not an engineer, but I think you can have a
Can
mural
withstand a
painted
little
on
paint.
it.
Also, my hope would be that we would attest the structural integrity of the wall because we have citizens walking
Yes.
along it every day. So.
I mean, I'm sure if there's a problem, we'll be advised. But the other thing is that the people who live above the wall, have they been consulted?
I've talked with, I'm forgetting her first name.
Zara?
Zara, yes, I've talked with Zara about it. I don't know the other folks yet.
But is that a part of your plan to consult with the people who?
That would be part of the overall plan of consulting with the entire town. I mean, they don't, they will have as much input as everyone else.
Because I would just think that outreach to those people would be pretty essential because they live there.
The only thing I would add is, assuming the board is in favor of this, in the past with public art installations, there's an agreement between the town and whoever's putting it up with regard to certain things that the town reserves with respect to, at some point as the art installation ages and or if the wall needs replacing, the town, let's say the wall started leaning towards the sidewalk, you wanted to protect those pedestrians, we reserve the right to do things. So there's an agreement that we would dust off for something like this, but it's up to the board in the first instance to make the yes, go ahead, and then we'll deal with the details on it.
So that agreement can follow.
Yes.
And would that agreement incorporate maintenance, regular maintenance? So, for example, if someone were to tag it or that kind of thing.
Yes.
I think that would make sense. I mean, that's the type of thing, Jamie, where let's say somebody comes along and puts a little graffiti on what is a nice new mural. I think you would have the option to come along and sort of recreate what the mural should look like. If you were unwilling or unable to do so, the town might be in a position to have to come along and go back with our,
Ghosting.
just put some gray on it. But if you'd be willing to come back and touch up the mural in that instance, then that's the type of thing that we would incorporate into that agreement.
Yeah, I think in the past, when we were talking with the town arts committee, there are, I haven't seen the contract, but it seemed like there had been a contract developed at some point about maintenance of the mural and, town ownership if they ever have to take the wall down or, I'm sure Calvin will speak to this. Part of our budget has incorporated, there's actually this coat of paint that's an anti-graffiti. It's easier to wash off. So we're going to coat it with that. I mean, that's kind of why this is a more expensive project, because we want professional muralists who are going to make it last. Where in 3 years after all this effort, it's not going to fade and crumble and look crappy again. So
very cool. The only thing I want to say is, so if the board finds themselves in favor of this and it moves forward this evening, we'll still have to do a little coordination between us for the type of agreement that Bob's contemplating for things like a street blocking permit. You'll likely need to close the sidewalk as you're doing the painting. I know it was a couple of days estimated. It's not a big deal, but just a little bit of coordination between you and the artist and our office.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think, you know, talking with the artist too, I think for the sidewalk, if we could at least just have, say, one parking spot that can move as the mural painting moves down.
We can work something like
Yeah,
that.
and it's like there's ways to that. And luckily, it's not such a high wall that we need any cranes or anything, we just need maybe a ladder for the highest parts and
I would like a commitment to outreach to the property owners adjacent to the wall.
Okay. I've been working on this for a year, that's not a big deal. Great.
Can I be the downer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good.
Classic.
So I'm Tim, and I've
I'm
used
Tim,
so
the type
much.
of downer.
I've used like probably an hour and 15 minutes of this meeting just myself. So I'm gonna like throw you a bunch of things at you. But first, I want to tell you that I'm really in favor of public art. I'm very excited about the project. I walk by this wall more than once a day, usually. And I've actually been talking about it with Zara, other people, and I had no idea that this was happening. That gets to sort of my problem with it, is the process sucked because you're here now and you really need permission. And we didn't hear anything about this until very recently. You can compare it to some projects and it's like, well, we did give permission when somebody took a lot of initiative for a great sculpture, you know, a ski jumping sculpture because nobody else had, you know, said, hey, let's do a ski, you know, and we all bought into it. The difference there was we could see it. We saw exactly what it was going to look like. They showed us how it wasn't going to block views, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of advanced legwork before we gave permission to use taxpayer space, essentially.
Using taxpayer dollars though, that's.
Oh, I know. Neither was that one. That one was not either. Yeah. And we're putting all this energy right now, literally, into getting a very vibrant arts committee back. And I understand that they're very enthusiastic about it, and I do appreciate that. My problem with it is that, like, really ideally, it's great to have the ideas for the wall and have the community get excited about the final design for the wall before you, or at least have a set of, you know, an RFP that goes out just, hey, we want to accept groups that want to paint a wall and actually see what it might look like. So I'm really in favor of, like, is there going to be any process to approve the final design? And can the Arts Committee, our hopefully newly rejuvenated Arts Committee, be involved in approving a final design?
Well, I think that's what we were gonna do with the community outreach, where the artists were gonna meet the community, show their designs, get community feedback before we, you know, touched brush to wall.
Yeah.
And that way the community's involved actively in the design.
I really appreciate that.
And feels like, I feel like if the community feels co-ownership, it will also protect the wall against possible graffiti because people will care more about the space because they're invested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it would be really great if we can also involve the committee, which is really literally our way that we can let go of some of the control that traditionally you feel up here when it gets painted. And I'm going to throw out a provocative question. What if our community doesn't like it once it's painted?
Well, there'll probably always be someone who doesn't like something. I mean, that's
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As is
you guys
shown.
know more than I think. But you know, I've already met with the Arts Committee as the memo from Lars states, and Abdullah, one of the Afghan artists, also came with me to meet with them. And like I said, we presented to them what we presented to the state of Vermont, and it checked all of the, you know, all of the balances that they were evaluating public art for, and they voted unanimously and enthusiastically for this project. So I guess the question is also, if you're gonna have an town arts committee and they vote enthusiastically for something and then you ignore that vote, then what?
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting we would. I'm suggesting that ideally, the Town Arts Committee would have looked at several proposals for that wall, essentially. And just pointing out the fact that we're being asked to be the last check for what goes up there without actually having any kind of idea what is going to be put up there. Now, that part of it, I think I'm okay with, but I'm trying to incorporate a little bit more democracy into the idea that now that we have a functional committee, how do we involve them more than just the stamp, yes, this group is the right group.
Jess had her hand up first. Unless you wanted to, were you asking a question or kind of just speaking?
No, I was kind of done because the other stuff was my concerns about, peeling and tags and who.
But it sounds like that's going to be addressed.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I was just going to say that I love your idea about having the Town Arts Committee maybe select locations and put out RFPs for calls for public art for those spaces. This space has been identified and there are artists ready and there's plenty of funding ready and some great leadership here. And I think that just because this wasn't a process that we haven't invented yet, that we shouldn't hold it back
I'd rather not
from
see this way
being
happen.
Brattleboro, like making Brattleboro awesome. So I think, I would love to see the Town Arts Committee take an action like that or take on a project like that. And now that they are newly reformed, or they will be in a few pages, I think that could be a direction, Patrick, that we could give them for future projects or things that we would be interested in having them do as part of an arts committee purview. But I think this project is a great inspirational kickoff.
If the board wanted to give their committee that direction, I think that would be a very helpful idea.
Yeah. So I hope you understood that I start off with I really support public art. I'm really excited about this project. I just don't want this to happen again the way it happened. You see what I'm getting at?
I guess, so that was my question. It's like, why is this mural project so different from other mural projects that we've reviewed? Because other mural projects that we reviewed, we've seen a picture of what they're going to build. Why is this different?
Also, because I started it a year ago, and if you'll remember, that's deep in COVID when the Town Arts Committee didn't exist yet, and there wasn't quite a process for me to follow. So when I was beginning my communications with Brian, Public Works and everything like that, and they asked me to deliver a schematic and all this stuff. We went back and forth, probably a 45 email chain before they said, all right, you know what, this sounds great, go raise the money. So that's,
Can I also just weigh in with,
we got
with
way
some...
too many people speaking at once. So, if you want, Liz, you want to finish your point?
Well, that was my point.
Okay.
Why?
I think it's okay.
It's like, why is this process different from all others? That's my question.
I just concerned about fairness. I don't want another group saying, like, if we had known the High Street, that beautiful spot for a mural was something the town was interested in, we would have applied. So it's a question of fairness. I'm not saying I'm gonna vote for this because I'm really excited about it, because we can do that. But I'm concerned about, a little bit of precedent of, that's a nice wall. Oh, it's owned by the town. So let's just put everything in process, and then this is how it's happening in my mind. Like, we need money quick or it's not going to happen. Oh, geez, we better give them money. But that's not a democratic way to do it.
Yeah, it's just an unusual process because town staff was directing them and we had no knowledge.
Right, which happens all the time, which should happen because we can't have our fingers in everything.
No, but it's just that we've seen how many murals and we've seen what they look like, and then we said, oh, great, do that? And now we don't know.
I would
Jess.
love to address that.
Yes.
Please.
So putting my expertise hat on, which I never get to do really at this table. So as a professional artist and as somebody who leads an organization that supports artists, creative placemaking, creative economy, it is an emerging sort of practice for public artists to really incorporate a community engaged process in the design and development of a piece. So it's very atypical as we're moving more towards this community oriented process to have a design to present to a municipal body or an approving board before that community process has started.
Well, that's an answer.
There you go.
There is an answer. Okay, I have one question. I'm just going to stop everybody from talking about I just would like to confirm that there won't be any corporate sponsorship in the mural itself. Okay. It's one thing that concerns me when I hear about businesses being able to give money. Have I heard that correctly, that was something that was possible?
In the crowdfunding campaign, one of the incentives is we give them a shout out on the crowdfunding campaign,
Okay.
not on the mural.
Not on the
So it's
mural.
like, oh, great, some businesses have already pledged that if we get this off the ground, they would be happy to donate to improve the town. But their name's not going to be on the wall.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, let's just see if there's anybody in the public who's got a hand up, I think.
We have Ricky Rosati.
Yep, Ricky?
Kitty.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. So I'm on the art committee and I had my interview earlier today with the select board asking to be reappointed. And I am kind of surprised that you were not shown pictures of what we were presented at the art committee of what are the geometric designs that are like the idea of what they want to do with their mural. And in responding to Tim Wessel's interest in publicity for the art projects, I hope that there is cooperation with airing the art committee meetings on BCTV. And because I've been asking for the meetings to be recorded, and that would be really helpful for public engagement and participation. And also earlier we were talking about the contract, and I was speaking with Scott Borofsky, who was on the art committee previously, and he told me that he had drafted like that original version of the art proposal form, and but we as art committee members now have not seen that contract that is mentioned on the proposal form. And so if we could be forwarded that template so that we could like be aware of what those terms and conditions are, and maybe try to make any suggestions and possible improvements in that, that could help with our relationships and navigating the art proposal processes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Ricky. And it sounds like, yes, we can definitely forward that along once it's been executed. And then the art committee can consider it as well.
And we did see the.
Yes, I was going to correct. Yeah, I think Ricky was referring to images that were on page
the shed,
7
whatever.
of the submission, which I don't believe are the proposal for what this would look like.
I think some of the images were our project we previously worked on with our neighbors at Brown and Roberts to transform the shed behind their building, where we paid the artist and they provided the paint lines. Just as an example of a past project that we have done.
Is there any theme or anything that's sort of framing this mural?
Well, I can maybe let Calvin
Let go of control.
I'm just
No.
I'm just curious.
So I gave
That
you-
way Calvin.
I gave you the CV's background for the two local artists that are, run First Proof Press.
Yes.
So you could see kind of samples of their work and their background. I'm talking with Abdullah and the other art boards. I know that they were interested in themes of inclusivity, themes of nature and the transition of nature. Like, things that are, it's gonna look great.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if.
All right, yeah, I was ready to be an observer, so.
Oh, we just thought it's optional.
No, that's all good. Yeah, so Dan and I have been obviously talking, and we really just want to find, different themes to kind of celebrate the beauty of our town, not just the nature, but people in the community. We just really want to find, make something that the town can be proud of, looking at so many different cities, like Boston, Texas, so much beautiful public artwork that just celebrates so many different aspects. We want to just kind of center on what Brattleboro has and find that and, celebrate nature and everything around us, more or less. And, work with art boards and, make sure we have a lot of messages of inclusivity and so forth. Great.
Yeah. Excellent. I think I'll just speak for a moment. Yeah, it's different, definitely not having the actual, and I would like to just make it clear that since I've been on the board, we've approved a mural, and the sketch of what it was going to look like was the back of a napkin kind of sketch of it. It was not, and I was happy to approve it, and it's a great mural, but we didn't have a really detailed understanding of exactly what this thing was going to look like.
That's when we said to ourselves, we really got to get the art.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to be making those decisions.
So I really appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that it's going to be publicly engaged in the decision making on what it's going to look like. That community ownership is really important, especially for things that could get tagged and need to be respected. I would just request that you really push it out there on how people can be engaged. If you want to talk to the town, if you want to utilize our resources at all for how we can put it out there, talk to your select board members. So that way we can just really get as many people involved in it as possible so that we can feel really good about the result.
Yeah, and we had kind of worked too with gallery walk for, in September when the mural's finished, hopefully, that we can work with gallery walk as to have kind of a community celebration where we unveil it and we can serve Afghan food and we can have kind of a real kickoff party for the mural, because we're really hoping that if we take this neglected space and make it something everybody's excited, well, maybe not everyone is going to be, there's always someone on Facebook that's going to hate it, but that most people are just excited that it transformed. Instead of just seeing an ugly public space, we took the initiative to turn it into something else. I feel like people who kind of revision other public spaces and have the empowered, some empowerment towards making that change themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I think utilizing Gallery Walk for the reveal is an excellent idea. I think if you wanted to utilize Gallery Walk for the community engagement element too, if you had a table there or something, so many people are going to that now that you could really hit a lot of voices. And so, yeah, that's awesome. Board members, other thoughts, considerations?
I would love to make a motion.
Okay, great. I just want to see no hands up there. Nobody from the community here. Jess.
I move that we approve the High Street mural project as presented.
Jess has made a motion to approve the High Street mural project as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Carries 4-0. Thank you both so much for the presentation. Good luck. I'm very excited to see it. All right, board members, I'm going to give us an opportunity to take another quick break. And I'm going to be really clear to the public here. We're going to probably have to look at the agenda and maybe take off a couple of non-time sensitive items, and I'll make sure to indicate that when we get back because we're going late. So. All right, so 5 minutes. We'll see you back at 10:30. Okay, so it is 10:31. We're going to reconvene the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. So we've got some communication with the interpreters, and really we can't go beyond 11 o'clock. We've had a lot of really important discussion tonight, so it's I'm not upset or anything that we're where we're at, but we got to make some decisions. So I'm going to make a motion, and I've spoken to members at least who were in the public here, who what they were here for, so that they didn't feel like we were trying to take something off that they were very passionate to speak on, and hopefully we'll be able to have really robust conversations on these things when we bring them back before the board with more time. So with that said, I'm going to make a motion that we take new business agenda item C, new business agenda item G, H, I, and K, and move those to be considered at the next agenda setting meeting, or for another time for the board for consideration. Board members, discussion?
Go, Ian.
CGHIK. Resolution on women's rights to choose. Ordinance Amendment Chapter 18, interim town manager contract, street name, committee appointments. The committee appointments, my position on that is simply we had 3 people who did not show or could not attend. They emailed us and stuff. So I'd like to give them an opportunity to do the interview if they're able to.
Question about the items. Will they reappear at the next meeting exactly the same, or might they change in any way between now and then?
I'm going to ask Attorney Fisher, does the board have the ability to modify an agenda item between this one?
Some of it you could, if you wanted to, put on your consent agenda for your next meeting, but so long as all of them are going to come back. I think obviously C is not a consent agenda item by any means, but as far as moving to table these or put these off to the next meeting, so long as they're on the next meeting in whatever shape or form, that's fine.
So they could be modified? Okay, cool. And I think all the rest of them, so what we're going to consider are D, E, F, and J. And hopefully we'll move through those.
Wow.
We'll give them respect and time that they need.
Do they all need to get addressed tonight?
I guess, does F need to be? I think it was the only other one that.
You're gonna blame this all on me.
You can skip F.
Was that confirmed that we can skip F?
We can skip F.
Okay. All right, so I'll amend to include F in that. So that'll be C, F, G, H, I, and K.
Ian, will we have a special meeting next week to address all of those things, or will we just leave them to?
No, I think that's a really good question. And interim town manager Moreland asked me the same question. I think that let's have a discussion with the agenda setting committee and make a determination depending on what the next actual scheduled meeting would have on the agenda. Maybe that would make the most sense though. But without Daniel, I don't want to speak to it yet.
Sure.
Cool. Other discussion? No, sorry. It's all good. You need? No? Okay. All right. So in that case, my motion stands to move agenda items C, F, G, H, I, and K off the agenda tonight for consideration at a later date. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. So the next agenda item for tonight is new business item D, the emergency construction on William Street. Patrick?
Sure. So Dan Tyler and Pete Lynch are here from the Department of Public Works. They can talk to you a little bit about the project in a little bit more detail. I think the board and the public is aware that a portion of William Street has been blocked off for probably a couple of months now. Right behind the Vermont Country Deli, there's been the structure under the road is gone down into the river. And at the present time, there is a threat of further collapse that would largely impact our water and sewer utilities because there's a line running right there under that section of William Street. So what is being asked of the board this evening is for authorization to proceed. This is an unbudgeted project. This is the type of thing, it doesn't come along very often. The last time it occurred was in 2018. I'm just pointing to this because I grabbed it out of the town report earlier this year. There was an emergency project that occurred behind the Harris lot that was, the embankment was going to fall down into the railroad. So the town needed to take action, needed to expend monies that hadn't been properly budgeted. And so what we're asking from the board this evening is to authorize Department of Public Works to proceed with repairs that have been unbudgeted, at which point in time when we get to representative town meeting in March, we will likely ask for their blessing to ratify the decision, likely to use unassigned general fund balance to cover an emergency repair. But Dan can tell you a little bit more about the project.
Good. Yeah, so there was a little retaining wall there. There's essentially a crevice in the ledge, and it was a laid up stone retaining wall that failed. We've done some design work. The engineer's nearing completion of the design at this point. The ledge is fairly shallow, so there's not a whole lot to connect the new wall to. So it's going to be a wall that is drilled in and pinned to the ledge. That's what's really driving the cost of it, and the close proximity to the water and sewer line. They're close to what has slid at this point. That's the real concern. This is an estimate from the engineer, the $350,000. We still need to put it out to bid and seek contractors that are interested in. The hope is that we could get this done this fall. It's going to be a mess in the winter trying to maintain it, and just the increased threat of losing more. So we're just trying to push it along.
Board members?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I mean, I don't want to slow us down.
No, I would encourage, if you have questions, to please ask them.
Will this impact at all our real desire to, in the future after this, fix that whole intersection situation?
We have to do it either way.
Okay,
Where it
that's
is,
what I
there's
wanted
not enough. We looked at trying to narrow the road and incorporate all of it, and it just, either way, it has to be fixed.
Yeah. And I'm under the impression too, it's a really bad idea to, hopefully it can get done before the winter because it'll get more complicated with the freeze thaw cycle.
Right.
Okay.
And I have reached out to V-Trans, and they're going to look at it, as an emergency grant possibility, but no guarantees.
Tell them it costs $500,000.
Fall a little bit back from that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, public? As the Zoom has just winnowed down. Okay.
Is there one?
Yeah, we do have a hand from Ricky.
Okay.
Hi, so when there was the motion on the floor to change the agenda, there was another person that had their hand raised too. And so just with the people who are participating by Zoom weren't consulted with that. And I just wanted to go back to that where I need clarification because there isn't going to be the reappointments to the art committee. And my term has expired. Is there going to be an extension of my seat until there are going to be reappointments made so that we can have as many members participate in case, so we can hold a quorum?
No, that's a good question, Ricky. When is the next art committee meeting?
We haven't scheduled, but we're going for monthly, and we haven't met in July yet.
Okay. Let's be in communication, and what I'd like to ensure is that we have if there are any other applicants' interviews done and the appointments made prior to the art committee's meeting in July. If I recall, your June meeting was at the very end of the month.
Yeah.
So I think that if you're trying to do it monthly, that it would probably be reasonable for the art committee to consider meeting near the end of July to allow us the time needed to do those other interviews, and then also make a good consideration on the candidates for the 3 vacancies.
So you're saying that my seat isn't going to be extended until those vacancies are filled? My seat is just terminated now?
No, well, there hasn't been another committee. There hasn't been another meeting. So my hope is that we're going to appoint new people before the next meeting. And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't, because if you're doing it monthly and your last one was met at the end of the month, then we will be able to have a meeting before the next arts committee meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if that makes sense to people.
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Okay. And I'll communicate with Lars, with the chair, about that as well. That we have this little bit of a coordinating situation. Okay. And was there another hand during the?
Yeah. So Kurt Dimes had his hand up. He's no longer in the meeting. My understanding was that it was left up from earlier, but it was in our.
I'll reach out to Kurt and see if it was about that, and try to clarify for him. Okay, so board members, other discussion on agenda item D?
Not from me.
In that case, I would take a motion.
I got one.
Yes.
I move that we authorize the Department of Public Works to proceed with the procurement of a contractor to complete emergency repairs to the William Street retaining wall.
Jess has moved to authorize the Department of Public Works to proceed with the procurement of a contractor to complete emergency repairs to the William Street retaining wall. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries 4-0. Dan, thank you very much, and thank you for being patient at the end of this meeting. All right, we move on to new business agenda item E, collective bargaining agreement for local 4439, approval of MOA. So it looks like that's going to be Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So in light of the new responsibilities that the Brattleboro Fire Department personnel are going to be undertaking, particularly in the area of EMS response within Brattleboro, the town and the Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association Local 4439 met and have a tentative agreement before you this evening that has been agreed to by management and the local, and it relates to a number of working conditions and base pay for those firefighters as we proceed with fiscal 23. I'll just briefly walk through and summarize the changes. There are some changes to Article 9 in the hours of work, in particular that the fire alarm superintendent and AC, our assistant chief, are no longer going to be counted as shift fill of last resort. The impact of this is that firefighter overtime will be used and will only occur in blocks of 12 or 24 hours rather than relying upon the fire alarm superintendent and the assistant chief. Having the blocks of overtime in the larger increments of 12 or 24 hours is important, particularly because of the change in Article 10 about voluntary shift fill. So when somebody is out and the department needs to maintain its minimum staffing, there is a shift fill. If that shift fill has historically occurred where you're next, and then you're next, and then you're next, and then you're next. And if that overtime, if that day gets broken down, sometimes one person can get 12 hours, another person can get 8 hours, and then, you only get 4 hours. And then coming in to do an overtime shift on your day off for 4 hours is kind of a bummer. So what was asked for and what we agreed to was that overtime would be broken down in 12 and 24-hour increments, and that the chief and the officer in charge would work on a voluntary overtime schedule, such that, you know, before we go around and mandate who's going to be the person who's getting the overtime next, we take opportunities for somebody to say, you know, that fits into my schedule, I'll take that shift, et cetera. And so some agreement around working together to have a voluntary assignment of overtime and not just a mandatory assignment. The next article would be Article 11, wages. And what we've agreed to is to provide a 3, 6, and 10% increase to the base pay, depending upon the level of certification of each of the firefighters as it relates specifically to their emergency medical service level of training. So that would be a 3% increase for EMT, a 6% increase for advanced EMTs, and a 10% increase for paramedic level providers. The estimated impact or financial impact of that particular increase in fiscal 23 is about $52,000. Article 17, there's been some changes to promotions that's been agreed to for both lieutenants and captains. And the changes here would provide for the department to be able to fill vacant captain and lieutenant positions in a manner similar to the way in which we've begun hiring new firefighters, which is to pick the best available person and to provide them a year's time in which to accomplish all of the necessary coursework, rather than requiring the coursework ahead of time. As there's been some transition in the department recently, there's some vacant positions. We think it's important to have those positions filled and to allow people to move up and to allow their completion of coursework to follow at least within a year. That's what's outlined here. Change to Article 21. This is just a clarification. The town has been paying for training for the department on a variety of issues. And what we're acknowledging here is that we will pay for EMT training, AEMT training, and paramedic certification training for our staff. Lastly, a minor change to residency. Up until now, the residency requirements for firefighters has been within 15 miles of Central Station. This is adjusted to be within 15 miles of Central Station or a 30-minute drive within reason to be determined by the chief and the head of the local.
Great.
Those are the changes.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Sure.
Board members, thoughts, discussion?
I think these are great changes in light of the changes that are happening within our fire department, and I hope that these changes and these tools will allow the leadership at the fire department to continue to retain the great staff that are there and bring in new folks as needed.
Hear, hear.
Well, here, we can hear from the public first. Is there anyone, or unless, Tim, did you?
Well, sorry, no.
I think my only question was, Brattleboro firefighters, there are Brattleboro firefighters that have EMT training, AEMT training, and paramedic training at various levels and numbers. Were we providing any kind of incentive for them to have that kind of training before?
There has been an incentive up until now for folks to be EMT. We're going to be requiring EMT in the future.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, we're providing the base compensation increases. Remember, there's been a great deal of additional work, not just EMS type of work, but a great deal of additional work that the staff have undertaken.
Yeah.
Previously, they've responded to all advanced life safety support believe that's what it's called, ALS, emergency calls. And today they're responding to all ALS and all BLS, or basic life safety emergency calls as well. So the call volume is going up. Regardless of your level of proficiency, regardless of your level of certification, your workload is increasing, and the level of responsibility that the firefighters are undertaking in support of the safety of our community is increasing. And with that, we're providing some additional support.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you, Patrick. So, board members, is there any more discussion? I'll open it to the public for the public singular.
There's public there too.
That's true.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I totally get why you're doing it. You gotta have competitive salaries to keep good people. So I just have, Patrick actually answered one of my questions. The other one is, do you have any idea what the training costs might be? And two, the $52,000 increase in the budget for FY23, do you know where that money's gonna be coming from since it was not approved at town meeting?
So, would you like me to answer?
Yeah, please.
In answer to the last question, we're just gonna need to find it. One place you could look, there's still some savings against the previous rescue contract, but it's properly true to say that we need to hold true to the bottom line of the budget. And so exactly from where that will come will play out over the course of fiscal 23. The previous question was...
How much, so one of the things in...
how much would the training cost? Chief, could you help me out?
Hello. An EMT class would be approximately $1,000. An AEMT class is around $1,400, and a paramedic program is like around $12,000. So there you go.
There you go. Thank you very much. And just to reinforce that, the first point. So when we have unbudgeted expenses over the fiscal year to cover, it's from surplus that comes from, or not surplus, but monies that weren't utilized in the budget for, and that's something that we have, we usually have.
We would expect to have some.
Yeah.
We're getting a little tighter. We've been, but I would expect it's July. It's the first week of July.
Yeah.
We'll find ways to keep an eye on this, and we'll need to absorb it. There's a $20 million budget, and we'll find a way to account for this.
Yeah. Okay. Board members, further discussion?
Can you just clarify, because I don't think we actually said it. Have we paid for AEMT or paramedic in the past? I mean,
no.
EMT, any of those? Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
I'm ready for a motion if you're ready to hear it.
I don't see any hands up, and I think Kate promised that those were the questions that she had. Yep. In that case, yeah, take a motion.
Great. I move to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the town and the Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association, the BPFA, Local 4439, for the period of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023.
Liz has made a motion to. I lost where that page is. Here it is. Okay. Has made a motion to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the Town of Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association (BPFA) Local 4439 for the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th of 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you very much, Patrick. And Chief Howard. Moving on to the final agenda item of the modified agenda for this evening is going to be new business agenda item J, the FY23 tax rate. This is a pretty important one that we need to do, but it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, I would say this one's almost formulaic.
Yeah.
So there really isn't a decision for the board to make this evening. The tax rate is a consequence of dividing the general fund by the grand list. The general fund, the necessary taxes to be raised within the general fund was determined by the budget that the board prepared last fall, adopted in January, and was then approved by representative town meeting in March. So that set the one number. The second number is set by the assessor's office and lodged in the town clerk's office. I do believe I indicated somewhere in the administrative report that the grand list was lodged in April. That was my mistake. It was lodged in June, 17th day of June. But that is the final lodged grand list, and it is the calculation between those two that largely sets the tax rate. There is also the local agreement, and in order to calculate the local agreement, we need to have the state homestead and non-homestead tax rate. We just received that at the end of last week on Friday, early Friday morning. And so we were able to run all the calculations and put together the memo that is in your backup. The board is asked to approve a municipal tax rate of $1.3320 per $100 of assessed value, which includes 1.3309 for general fund operations and 0.0011 for local agreement, and to approve an additional 0.1312 per $100 of assessed value for the downtown improvement district, and an additional $4.0573 per $100 of assessed value for the Mountain Home Special Assessment District.
Great.
This is really sort of administrative and not particularly fun, but this will enable the treasurer's office to be able to generate the tax bills, which can need to go out in mid-July in order to be able to collect the taxes in mid-August. So,
Jess.
I have one question, and it's just about so there's the homestead rate, and then there's the non-residential rate.
Yep.
So non-residential would include second homes and commercial and industrial properties. What does non-residential mean?
Sure.
Commercial and industrial.
I think it means commercial, industrial, and second homes, just like you say. There could be a few other classifications, but homeowners that reside in Vermont are required to file a homestead declaration each year, and that puts you in the first category as opposed to the second category of non-residential, which would include any commercial properties, industrial, and second homes that are not owner-occupied.
So follow-up question. Just curious if it's a state thing or a Brattleboro thing, why the non-residential rate is lower than the homesteader.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a state education funding, that is an outcome of the state education funding process, one that I honestly couldn't explain. That is not a Brattleboro decision. It is an impact felt within Brattleboro, but it is not a local decision.
Thank you.
Further discussion, board?
Not on this. No, not at all.
Okay. Yeah, kind of a essential thing that we do. It's kind of set.
Well, we have to vote on this tonight because we've been waiting for the state to give you the information. Calculate the numbers so you can get the bills out so we can continue to.
It's a little hair raising,
Yeah.
but the way the way we do our taxes here, we do with quarterly payments. If we were to be one of those towns like Marlboro, for example, that does one tax bill a year and does it in October, then, the timing wouldn't be all that important. But given the fact that we have 4 quarterly installments and we need 30 days prior to the due date to send out the bills, and that has to be done by July 15th. So that makes this sort of timing
Essential.
So let's move it along.
Yeah. You want a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve a municipal tax rate of $1.3320 per $100 of assessed valuation for general fund operations, including the local agreement, an additional 0.1312 per $100 of assessed valuation for the downtown improvement district, and an additional 4.0573 per $100 of assessed valuation for the Tri-Park special assessment, and to ratify the state mandated education rates of 1.7032 per $100 of assessed valuation for homestead properties and 1.5801 per $100 of assessed valuation for non-residential properties.
Tim has made a motion to approve a
You can read it off.
municipal tax rate of 1.3320 per $100 of assessed valuation for general fund operations, including the local agreement, and additional 0.1312 per $100 of assessed valuation for the downtown improvement district, and an additional 4.0573 per $100 of assessed valuation for the Tri-Park special assessment, and to ratify the state mandated education rates of 1.732 per $100 of assessed valuation for homestead properties and $1.5801 per $100 of assessed valuation for non-residential properties.
Yeah.
Well done. I was just looking at the interpreters. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 4-0. It's a little after 11 o'clock, so I apologize, but trying to get there. Board members, thank you all very much for your work. Patrick, thank you. I would entertain one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Tim has moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries 4-0. Thank you very much.